In that case, Sam, we'll start.
Yep, we've given the nod to broadcasting.
Are you ready, Sam?
Yes, proceed. Yes, proceed.
Oh, good. Okay. I declare open the fifth public hearing for the Infrastructure, Transport and Cities Committee's inquiry into procurement practices for government-funded infrastructure. As we have heard from stakeholder groups, this is an important and timely inquiry, given the Australian government's $110 billion commitment to infrastructure investment over the next 10 years. A strategic approach to procurement and better coordination of projects in the infrastructure pipeline will help maximise the significant opportunity for the Australian community. Today, the committee will hear from the Business Council of Australia about the importance of driving collaboration between governments and industry throughout the procurement process to achieve better project outcomes. J&T Consulting and the Mace Group will share their Australian and international expertise in innovative approaches, such as the expertise-based project delivery, best value approach, Project 13, and the NEC standardised and simplified approach to contracts. The committee will also discuss construction industry challenges and opportunities with industry peak bodies, the Australian Institute of Building and specialist consultant North Projects. In this afternoon's panel discussion announced on sustainability and renewables, the committee will hear from the Infrastructure Sustainability Council of Australia, the Green Building Council of Australia, and Tindo Solar. It is clear that sustainability will play an increasingly important role in the evolving infrastructure sector. I would like to outline matters related to the conduct of today's hearing, which is being held with witnesses appearing via video conference. The hearing is being webcast and can be viewed by members of the public from the Parliament's website. Witnesses will be invited to make a brief opening statement and will then be asked questions by the committee. For the witnesses and members appearing via video conference, it is important to respect and adhere to the requirement to mute their microphones unless given the call, to ensure that questions and responses are heard in silence. It's also important to unmute when you wish to speak. Witnesses have been given advice regarding connecting to the video conference. If during the hearing you are disconnected, please follow the provided instructions to rejoin the video conference or to connect via teleconference. So now I would like to welcome representatives of the Business Council of Australia appearing for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Jennifer Ann Westacott, Chief Executive, Business Council of Australia.
And Guy Templeton, I chair the Business Council's Infrastructure Task Force, and I'm also the CEO for Asia Pacific of WSP.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they must set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I'm Jennifer Westacott, the Chief Executive of the Business Council of Australia. I'm joined by Mr. Guy Templeton. Mr. Templeton, as you know, heads up our infrastructure-led housing and construction working group, and he's the CEO Asia Pac for WSP. WSP is a major engineering and planning company which employs around 4,000 engineers and planners in Australia and around 55,000 globally. We welcome the opportunity to appear before this very important inquiry. We believe improving procurement practices is an opportunity to maximise the public benefit of major projects, and this has been brought into very sharp focus with an unprecedented pipeline of infrastructure projects. Governments are expected to spend $53 billion on major public infrastructure just in up to 2023. And this is expected to be around $290 billion over the next 10 years. And so we believe the joint goal of government and industry is to maximise the public benefit of every dollar we spend. And getting procurement right is essential to that. And so our starting question in our submission is, are we going after the right projects to maximise the public benefit, and are we getting the best value in the way we deliver them? We nominated in our submission 4 areas that we thought needed improvement. The first is better pipeline identification and better coordination. There's been excellent work by Infrastructure Australia and by the state and territory infrastructure bodies to map out future projects, but we believe that could go further with better coordination across jurisdictions to ensure there's a longer term view of infrastructure requirements. That would send confidence to industry. It would allow industry to make the critical investments, particularly in skills and capability development. The second area we nominate in our submission is aligning the systems and processes essential to deliver this huge pipeline. So this is streamlining planning rules and regulations, growing the skills pipeline, accessing global talent where we need it, and embedding supply chains into the way we deliver infrastructure projects. The third area we nominate is to focus on best value, not lowest cost. All decisions on infrastructure should unlock long-term value, and this increasingly requires us to take a place-based focus to ensure that infrastructure and services are sequenced to unlock economic and social value for communities. And this is particularly the case in regional Australia. Number 4, we spend quite a bit of time in our submission talking about this, is to be more coordinated and more targeted in the way we do procurement, and to be more collaborative and to examine different options. And this way we can deliver more public benefit. So there's a few things that we nominate there. So starting slow to go fast. And what we mean by that is early market engagement helps optimise a project's scope, identify risks. This will lead to better design outcomes and fewer unknowns during construction. The second thing we argue here is for better risk allocation, allocating risks where they're best able to be managed, or sharing risks where outcomes are not manageable, or accessible needs, or less adversarial relationships during construction. So getting that whole risk allocation process right. We're also arguing for fit-for-purpose contract models. Picking the right model for a job can foster collaboration rather than adversarial project delivery cultures. Many have said that at the core for more collaborative models is the end of the traditional D&C. We don't agree with that, but we do think that more care is needed to choose the right model up front and to be open to a wider range of models. It's not a one-size-fits-all. And a greater diversity of approaches that are the right ones for the right project will lead to better outcomes. Lots of jurisdictions in Australia have introduced guidance for this to happen, but we do believe that implementation of this has been slow. So there's pockets of good practice we see all over the country, but we think we can build on that. I'm sure that Mr. Templeton will be able to provide some excellent examples of local and global examples that will underpin this during our Q&A. I'm sure that you've heard, Mr. Chairman and committee members, that there's a very high level of consensus in the industry that we could really unlock the full potential of procurement, the huge investment that governments right across Australia are making to get better outcomes. And this inquiry is a great opportunity to get the benefits of this once-in-a-generation spending that we're doing, and really to make sure that we unlock productivity and prosperity for Australians. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. We look forward to taking your questions.
And thank you very much. Mr. Templeton, do you have anything to add to that opening statement?
Really, just Mr. Chairman, to concur with Mr. Westcott's comments. I think the range of contract models in Australia and their wise deployments are a particularly important point.
Yes.
We're very happy to take questions.
Yes. It's interesting what you have said, because it is a recurring theme and put very well in regard to moving from a less sophisticated view of just doing things on cost to looking at whole of life and real value to the way we develop our infrastructure. And I would gather when you said that coordinated, that would mean all levels of government, which seems to be one of the problems in our administrating infrastructure. Would you agree?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. So there's a couple of things here. We think, for example, on what we would call the mega projects, that this is an area that National Cabinet could play a stronger role. For example, if you're doing a major tunnel boring project, that equipment is extremely expensive, and we find ourselves with projects that come to an end, but not necessarily a sequencing of that across the Federation. So that's one example, and Mr. Templeton can pick up some better examples from around the country, but that would be one. Then I think it's about aligning the planning systems particularly. So one of the things that companies say to me all the time is that it is very difficult and takes too long to get planning approvals here. And they compare it to other countries, not where there's a lesser standard, but there is a much more streamlined process. So for example, the EPBC Act, 2 levels of government involved in major projects that can often result in very unnecessary delays and confusion. And then obviously, to your point, Mr. Chairman, then local government making sure that coordination with planning systems, with planning schemes, with the role and function of local government. So we believe this is an opportunity. If we kind of have this permanent continuous pipeline, which is our starting position, if we got that known pipeline going out as a rolling program, not a stop-start program, then we believe there's an opportunity to get coordination right. Mr. Templeton, do you want to add anything to what I've just said?
Yeah, I'd add to that. I think that stability of the long-term pipeline is a critical enabler to growth of local companies and local capability and skills. And I think in running a business, if you believe that you're in an infrastructure blip, then the way that you run your business is different than if you've got confidence that over a multi-decade period, there'll be a level of consistency in expenditure. So whether that be the example of tunnel boring machines, why shouldn't Australia be a leading tunnelling nation? A lot of that capability comes in, for instance, from Europe and possibly on a short-term basis. And while there'll always be a need for some short-term top-up, how do we get the education system to be putting out those critical skills, and how do we get businesses to invest in those, and how do we end up with the smaller contractors growing and developing? They will only do that if they believe the tap won't be turned off again, and that really this is an industry that's well coordinated across multiple levels of government, and there's a degree of stability. And after that, investment will follow more easily.
Would it be correct to say that our infrastructure delivery has been blighted by short-term political goals that's resulted in reactive infrastructure, piecemeal, ad hoc, and not having a long-term master plan that could reduce the cost of each project when so many projects are isolated, and the gearing up and the gearing down have to be apportioned to that sole project rather than amortized over a number of projects, a number of years, a number of decades. With the prime example of the way the Japanese have rolled out high-speed rail, they set in place in the mid-60s and confirmed it in the early 70s, a 50-year plan that's now running, a 60-year plan, I think it's running about 18 months in advance. We seem not to have that. So one question is this a central problem of lack of vision? And how do we address this to enter a new age? I recall Philip Lowe some time ago likening his advice that infrastructure should be put into a similar group as the RBA, that if 40 years ago you would have been told that the RBA was going to be able to set the prime rate of interest without any interference of government, people would have laughed. But he was suggesting that maybe the same thing should be applied to infrastructure, so it wouldn't be at the whims of political opportunism, pork barreling, or anything else that inhibits our ability to master plan and do the things that you've just recommended. So I guess the question is, how is this a real problem? And if it is, how can we best address it? Do we take Philip Lowe's advice, for instance?
It's a very good point. I mean, I won't comment on the politics, but I think it's certainly, you're right, Mr. Chairman, that we've had a very incremental approach to infrastructure delivery across Australia, and that has, I think, resulted in very expensive retrofitting of things that are not necessarily thought through from a sort of like long-term population, long-term economic needs of a community. So I'll take the sort of macro picture and then hand over to Mr. Templeton to talk from a company perspective. But from a kind of macros perspective, we're now seeing real examples where this is getting done much better. So the infrastructure body, particularly in New South Wales, has got that long-term perspective, and that's linked to the major places of development in New South Wales, particularly in Western Sydney, and this sense of this kind of long-term pipeline. But also Infrastructure New South Wales has picked up some of the systemic issues that have to be addressed as well. Infrastructure Victoria also doing that work, and then the work that's being done in South Australia. So I think the state governments are getting there. But what I think business would like to see is this sense of a rolling project that's got, let's just say, a 10 to 15 year kind of horizon. Now, obviously things change and priorities change as circumstances change, but the idea that things are on a program and then they're suddenly off a program, that's what causes the big disruption to business. That's something that's been scheduled or a lot of work gets done on it, suddenly gets removed. The idea we put forward a few years ago, and look, there would be different views about this, is that we start thinking about infrastructure in the same way as we think about defence as a percentage of GDP, that we ought to always be spending a certain percentage of GDP on infrastructure in order to keep pace with population growth, in order to modernise our infrastructure. And the final point I would make, Mr. Chairman, is corridor preservation and preserving optionality. This is the one thing that I think really frustrates the industry, is that the corridors aren't preserved. So, for example, I'm a big advocate for the high-speed rail and for fast rail in Australia. Now, it may not be economically viable at the moment, but I can assure you that if we don't preserve the corridors, it'll be less and less economically viable. So making those decisions now for preserving our options, that also then allows the private sector to say, well, actually, if we did this under a private sector partnership or an unsolicited proposal, we would actually be able to make that stack up. So I think you're absolutely spot on. I think that's a very important area. And then the final point I'd make before handing over to Mr. Templeton is what I've seen working well in some regions, particularly in Western Sydney, where I chair the Parkland Authority, is the idea of a infrastructure compact. So a long-term infrastructure plan, which is like a compact with the local government authorities and the community, saying, here's how we want to sequence things. That's hugely beneficial for companies like Mr. Templeton's, where they can say, look, I can see that project is scheduled. Let's just take all of the things happening around the airport for 2026, 2029, etc. I can actually plan to have the resources and capability in Australia, knowing that that's going to happen. So that's a long answer to your point, but it's absolutely at the nub of what we're talking about. Guy, do you want to come in from this perspective?
Yeah, I'd add to that. I think it's bringing objectivity into the process and a long-term view. And I think the good news is things are definitely getting better. If you go back 10 or 15 years, we didn't have the same level of rigour as we do today in Infrastructure Australia and the infrastructure bodies around the states. So I think that's to be celebrated. And what that brings is transparency to business cases. And I think often infrastructure projects can be approved on the basis of popularity rather than hard and fast science around the costs versus the benefits. So having that transparency, having that available to the public, holds all office bearers to account around the priority of those projects. So we're definitely improving. In some other countries, Sweden, I believe, still does legislates their infrastructure pipeline. So changes in government don't change the prioritisation of infrastructure. I find part Asia is in my remit. If I look at Singapore, very well organised, very predictable as to what projects are coming up, when, why and how. So Australia, I think, still has a way to go. The enablers, Jennifer's touched on a very important one around corridor preservation. Australia is a very broad, open country, and if part of infrastructure is connecting communities so they have access to services, have access to work within reasonable commute times, we need those corridors to be preserved well in advance. And the difficulty of taking away somebody's house in the name of progress for the greater good is extremely difficult. And I think the corridor preservation is a key enabler. So it's that plus long-term plans, and each time a major project is cancelled or there's a change in government and there's a reprioritisation, while that may be done for reasons well within the remit of the decision makers, the impact on the industry is that it introduces uncertainty and risk. So sovereign risk goes up. And as we have a look at where companies will invest, that gets eroded a little bit each time one of those decisions is made. So we would certainly see great benefit in that sort of long-term objective, transparent, fact-based planning.
Thank you. Luke, are you there with a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Approaching school zone.
Sorry about that. I'm in the car just dropping the kids off to school in Darwin. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm not seeking a comment on the politics, but I can't help but notice that the BCA and other business groups are increasingly calling for stronger targets for our climate change action and emissions reduction. So I was just wondering what thoughts that you might have on the role of government procurement in infrastructure to help drive meeting those targets, and how that policy certainty may assist Australian businesses and give them a competitive advantage. I'll just suggest potentially one area, and that's green steel, i.e. if there were requirements in government procurement for taxpayer-funded infrastructure, and there was a requirement for steel that was produced with low emissions, what sort of a role could those sorts of policy changes make in the advantage of Australian businesses?
I might start with that, Mr. Chairman, and then hand over to Mr. Templeton. I think it's a very important question. I think let's break it down into a few things. So the first is, and I think Infrastructure Australia has made some excellent comments on this, about making sure that that major infrastructure projects and infrastructure more generally have embedded targets in respect of low emissions, and that they can contribute to meeting our 2050 target. So I think it's a very important point that you've raised, and we would certainly be welcoming that. Now, obviously, you've got to construct that in a way that makes sure that projects are still viable, but we would see that there's an enormous scope. If we're going to spend, billions and billions and billions of dollars over the next decade, then we should be building that to be future-proof as much as possible. The second and more complex issue in terms of low emissions technology is making sure that we have no regret decision making. So, how do we make cities hydrogen capable? How do we actually make sure that we start building in the requirements for electric vehicles as we start to open up subdivisions, retrofit housing? Because the more you do this as you go, as you're designing new buildings, as you're doing new housing, subdivision and so on, the easier it is not expensively retrofitting. The final point I'd make before handing up to Guy is we've got to make it easier to do these projects. So, for example, if I think about major lithium and minerals projects, if they get caught up in very long planning approval times, then we're not going to get the level of investment that we need to go to that low carbon economy and achieve our net zero by 2050. So infrastructure is a key way we can do that. And then the final point is, of course, making sure that we are delivering a more productive society. And this is why, the role of rail, the role of freight, moving as much freight onto rail as possible,
Yes, I would. And Mr. Gosling, I think terrific question, because what we need to be able to do is translate the overall carbon reduction targets at a national or state level practically down into many sectors of the economy, including infrastructure. And infrastructure, I'd say it breaks into two parts. One is the infrastructure carbon friendly in its operation? So for instance, zero emission buses is a very important area. How do we replace diesel fleets with electric buses? And there's a lot of work happening in that area. The other is the embedded carbon infrastructure, which is often overlooked. It's not as visible to the public, but you make the very good point around green steel, likewise green cement. And while these will still have some carbon dioxide emission associated with them, this is about using product which is has a much better carbon profile. So in that regard, I think it's important to have incentives, whether that's legislative or otherwise, because otherwise, if these are more expensive, how do we ensure that the manufacturers of aggregate, manufacturers of steel are going to develop local technology to produce those products, which are going to be more expensive if there isn't the demand? And to get the demand, we need the procurement bodies, in many cases government, to be specifying those requirements, or at least weighting them in their criteria. Otherwise, that won't come through. So putting my WSP hat on, looking around our world, we see the UK is further advanced in this area, and also a number of the Nordic countries. The UK's industrial decarbonisation strategy sets out a very good roadmap. In Sweden, there are fossil-free roadmaps. And on some of our own projects, if we take, for instance, High Speed 2, the very large high-speed rail program in the UK, then in our work, we need to measure the embodied carbon on every scheme within that overall program, and halving of the carbon requirement is contractual. So we don't see that in procurement in Australia. And I think that if we're really going to be making inroads into both embedded carbon and carbon release during operation, then we need to be operationalising those high-level targets down into practical ways that influence the supply chain, and very importantly, promote the development of local manufacturing skills, technology around these areas, which is a terrific economic opportunity for the country.
Thanks very much. I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Luke. Andrew, are you there?
Andrew's had to pop off the call for a second, Chair, if there's another committee member available.
And I'll ask that question. Is there another committee member present? If there is, that person's very shy. Look, I might carry on then. It appears that the evidence that you're giving today is in alignment with much of the evidence we've had, and we get those points of view, and then we get to the point of how to achieve alignment between the various levels of government and the various departments. And so does the National Cabinet hold that line of connection through to the state governments? Can the state governments then engage with the local governments? Can the infrastructure department then engage? Should they take carriage of procurement? Is it Infrastructure Australia that should be upgraded to this position? Is it the infrastructure department that then engages with the state infrastructure departments to create that alignment? So we've got the policymakers and the departments aligned with what we will get from this inquiry, the best possible practices and procedures for procurement, taking on board all that has been common in this evidence and outstanding. So how should we be doing this is the question.
You want to start off with that one, Guy, and then I'll come in.
Sure. Oh, sorry, Jennifer, you're saying would I like to start off on that one? Yes, my apologies. Look, I think I think there's a certain skill in policy and there's a certain skill in implementation. Most of the infrastructure dollars in the country are spent by the states, and the delivery organisations need to be well equipped to be able to deliver these projects, whether that be transportation or water or energy, and also in private sector providing infrastructure direct. So I think it comes back to the point I'd made around the prioritisation. The more that we have fact-based, well-argued, transparent cases, then we're able to separate the policy making and the decisions around what to build from the very tangible challenges around how to build. And the how to build will work better if we have a predictable pipeline, so those skills are developed over time. And if from the trades through to universities, people see a career in this area. To that end, I'd highlight the Victorian government's skill buildings programs around major infrastructure procurement and commercial conduct. And this is the sort of initiative that we need. So I don't think that an overall infrastructure delivery agency that's fully integrated is necessarily the right answer. Because when you get into the engineering of it, building a road, a railway, a renewable power plant, a wastewater treatment plant, or whatever that might be, is quite a specific set of skills for that particular part of the sector.
I think the only point I'd add, Mr. Chairman, is I think there's a fair bit of infrastructure. I mean that in the sense that there's a fair bit of government capability now. I think the challenge now is stability and clarity of roles and responsibilities and alignment. So I think the infrastructure bodies in the states are now starting to find their way. I think the federal government, the National Cabinet could play a greater coordination role, thinking about particularly these big projects where you've got very expensive equipment that, you really don't want to be doing 5 of these at once, going half the way, and then that pipeline stops. So thinking about the importance of that national pipeline and a rolling pipeline and the prioritisation of that. I think there's obviously a role for the infrastructure bodies around quality assurance that they can play to actually make sure that we're spending the money in the right way. So one of the things we did a while ago, and I'll send this through to the committee if it's helpful, was we did quite a comprehensive piece of work of what made an infrastructure system really work from the perspective of an investor and a proponent. So I think it's about thinking about it as a system as opposed to one agency being able to do it all, as Mr. Templeton said. And what are the bits of the system that we need to get right so that we can actually deliver better outcomes for our citizens? And I think that is around that pipeline, about risk management and risk allocation. It is about starting to think about that pipeline and having the Skills Commission start to think about what skills do we need to embed versus what skills might we have to bring in from time to time for highly specialised things. So I think getting all of those systems working, and then just to re-emphasise the importance of alignment of planning systems. This became very evident during COVID that, the myriad of regulations that apply across the Federation, if you're a national company and indeed an international company, that sense in which you've got to reinvent a project every time you move into another jurisdiction, or you've got effectively, very little certainty as you embark on a major planning approval, that is all going to hold us back pretty dramatically.
Templeton, you mentioned career earlier, and one of the concerns that we have is that there seems to be an unnecessary amount of red tape and duplication. And is it something that if we look at these things in a longer term vision, and in the interests of building industry, building capacity for the purpose which is so important these days of sovereign security, that we should develop career paths of public administration? So to touch on Dr. Westcott's first comments of going slow in order to go fast, to do the work up front and to have the capability of doing that work through career professionals that can match the industry and therefore engage in a far more responsible and meaningful and in a way to protect the spending of taxpayers' money. And so how do we go about that, the development of career paths for career public servants to get to a really great career to do this very important work of the spending of our money on infrastructure? Can you comment on
yes,
that idea?
Mr. Chairman, I welcome the question, because I think to deliver a good infrastructure reliably, it needs a wide range of skills. And the ones which are in shortest supply now and likely for at least the next 5 years is the people who can really take carriage of major projects and programs and bring the right level of rigour, discipline and control. So we certainly find, participants in the infrastructure industry find, what we want is executives in government who are highly skilled in the procurement and delivery of major projects. And as with many things in life, when you have a good customer, you can end up doing a better job. So that requires high-level commercial skills. So here we're dealing with often package sizes in the multi-billions of dollars, and there's a level of rigour that's required to be able to successfully administer a contract of that size. And you don't do that straight out of uni. You're looking after a $20 million project, $100 million project, and then working over a period of time up to maybe $1 billion project. There needs to be an understanding of the community and the way to engage them and bring them along, because infrastructure does impact communities sometimes negatively in the short term during construction, but obviously for a very powerful long-term good. There's a need to understand the interplay between government processes, planning, regulation, approvals, assurance, along with the realities of commercial life. And there's also a need to have a sufficient technical understanding of what it takes to deliver these projects. People who have an appreciation of the engineering in rolling stock or pavement design or photovoltaic cells. And these are rare skills. And I think if we really want to have a thriving, long-term, well-coordinated infrastructure sector, there's skill development within the private sector, but also, I think to your point, within the public sector. And I think if we leave that to chance, we won't do as well as if we laid out, as you say, some career paths which make that a more natural and well-orchestrated path for development.
Just a couple of examples, Mr. Chairman. So the UK has an academy for major projects. The federal government has set up the Public Service Academy. That would be one suggestion we would make, that we start thinking about a major projects academy. And the only other point I'd add to Mr. Templeton's is I think doing this with industry is really important, because I think unless people really understand how industry players see this, then it's very difficult then to sort of get this right. So, and the final point is stability in the public sector. I think, more and more as the world becomes more complex, we need specialisation rather than, generalisation. And we do need some very, very highly skilled specialists managing these areas in both state and federal government.
Thank you. Very valuable advice. It may help if you could commit that to some follow-up and share that with us so we could have that. It would appear an opportunity, should the public service and the departments and the agencies be mirroring the national cabinet, and that we could centralise expertise at possibly a federal level that each of the states could access in regard to procurement, so that we could standardise and simplify that advice that could be accessed. Is that a worthwhile something to pursue?
Yeah, I think it is, Mr. Chairman, for a couple of reasons. So certainly when I was in the public service, and we used to have those ministerial councils, and of course the public servants would sit off that, and they had, certainly when I was Education Secretary in Victoria, you had a long association, continuous dialogue with your colleagues federally and across the Federation. I think the other thing that we could think about, and we'll give some more thought to this and send something back to the committee, but what we don't have is a capacity to flex out the public service resources for what I call these mega projects. So if I think back years ago when the LNG industry took off in Queensland, of course, the industry needed to coordinate better with government, because you suddenly sort of put in the planning department's inbox, a $50 billion project or a $40 billion project. That is very difficult for the public sector just to sort of swarm and get on top of that. So maybe some sense of a kind of shared resource or a capacity to pool resources, so that we're kind of improving skills and capabilities, but also we're a capacity to flex up when something really big happens, that there's a sense that we're all in this together as a federation, and we're going to assist states to manage this so that we get quality outcomes. I think there's a lot in what you're saying. We'll give some more thought to it and come back with some written suggestions if that's helpful.
Thank you. Now we are out of time. Is there anything else that you would like to contribute before we sign off?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's been really very, very valuable for us, and I hope valuable for you. And we'll follow up with a couple of suggestions. And we think this is a hugely important inquiry. So thank you for the opportunity to present before you today.
And thank you both very much for appearing before the committee today. It's been invaluable. The committee secretary will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing, and you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And thank you again very much.
A pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Now we have representatives from JNT Consulting and Simplar Sourcing Solutions appearing for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning, Chair. My name is John Mehta. I'm the founder and director of JNT Consulting. I'm also joined today by my partners from Simplar in the US. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Ken?
Yes, my name is Ken Sullivan. I'm a partner in the Simplar Sourcing Solutions here in Arizona, and I'm also a professor in the Engineering College at Arizona State University.
And I'm John Savicki, also from the Simplar Institute, Director of Sourcing Research.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they should set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. Now I invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Together, we are here to offer research and practice-based ideas on how really the Australian government can utilize best value principles to revolutionize procurement practices in a way that truly can put an end to the traditional low price practices. We are all aware that the challenges of the current low bid environment frequently result in cost overruns, schedule delays, and poor quality of work. And many government organizations are also well aware of these issues. But what many of us don't realize is that high-performing contractors, engineers, and designers really don't like this environment either. For example, if we look at high-performing contractors, they actually don't like to do poor quality work. General contractors too don't like to hire poor performing subcontractors. But unfortunately, this is the environment that we have helped create by focusing exclusively on cost and letting only our contract document drive performance and quality. What really the government and the industry is looking for is a new approach that creates a win-win relationship that benefits all parties on a project. But this isn't just as simple as saying we will not be awarding on the lowest price, we will be awarding on best value. And that actually has been done throughout the United States for over 30 years, and it doesn't always result in higher performance. Alternative delivery methods have been tried for over 40 years, and they too have had many issues. Many owners are relying on new contractual structures, but these two don't drive performance either, because we've never seen a contract that says it is okay to finish late, or it is okay to finish over budget, or it is okay to deliver a poor quality work, but it happens all the time. Contract terms, delivery methods, and financing mechanisms will not improve much if we actually hired the wrong firm. Fortunately for the Australian government, there is a solution. And even more fortunately, it has been tested and used in numerous jurisdictions around the world for over 20 years now. The best value procurement approach is not a theoretical idea. It has been actually implemented on billions of dollars of procurement, including infrastructure projects. The best value procurement approach is the complete procurement and project delivery approach that was developed by engineering researchers from Arizona State University and has been rigorously tested and implemented successfully on thousands of projects and services. And really the goal was to create an alternative procurement approach that could be used on more complex and projects and services to improve the overall outcome of projects. The process has resulted typically in 50% reduction in schedule delays, 20 to 30% reduction in cost change orders and contract variations, 50% increase in diversity and inclusion of small and local businesses awards, 30 to 60% reduction in client efforts required to manage the work. Along this 20 years journey, we have observed countless iterations. We know what works and we know what will cause issues. And the Australian government has a remarkable opportunity to be an advocate for and change leader for best practices in infrastructure government procurement. We are really excited for this opportunity and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Oh, thank you. Are there any further opening statements?
That's all. We welcome any questions now from you and the committee members.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here today and assisting us with this very important inquiry, because I think what we all recognise, we are entering a new era of post-COVID recovery that is coinciding with concerns over national sovereignty, security, and the need to build up our capability in this phase of, as the Treasurer put it, phenomenal spending on infrastructure. Now, there is quite common views that have been expressed by virtually every body that has given evidence here, but then we get down to how best do we take that on board and put it into place to be that change leader that you referred to at this very important time. Because if we get it wrong, the cost is greater or proportionate with the greater amount of money that we're spending. And the terms that you use of historically chasing the lowest cost but not the best value is a far more mature and sophisticated view to bring, but sometimes might be more difficult to evaluate. Could you just make a comment on how do you go about the evaluation of greater whole of life value of a project and securing that and setting aside the initial cost? Just so
Ken, do you want to address that?
In the conversation for that. Thank you for your time, everyone. We've been doing this for quite a while. It's been implemented on over 3,000 projects, as John said. In terms of what actually is considered, there's in the procurement process, cost is still highly important, typically accounting for 20 to 40% of the selection criteria weight. So it's still a highly weighted criteria. But what we found in our research and also in our implementations, we've run this on real projects and collected all the data, is that the capability of the actual team that is assigned by the service providers, so in this case, designers and contractors, is the most critical element to predicting performance outcomes. And so in a low bid environment, you are typically exclusively relying upon the strength of your contract documents, meaning your terms and conditions, your specifications, your drawings, your standards and whatnot, to drive performance and quality outcomes. And that has historically and consistently proven to be a poor method to drive quality and performance. And so the contract and standards and specs remain, but on top of those, you're adding the element of a high-performing team. And so the criteria of how you actually fairly and legally and transparently compete and select potential performance on a project boils down to how do you actually compare the capability of the team members. One of those methods is their actual past performance on similar projects. Another is their plan and approach to deliver the work. The two most important are their ability to identify, prioritize, and minimize risk, and specifically risk that are outside of the control of the vendor. One definition of a high performer or an expert service provider is they have no technical risk. An expert knows how to do their job. What will bring risk to a high performer or an expert is things they don't control. It could be the government's decision-making. It could be relying upon others and their job they're supposed to do so they can do their work. In a supply chain context, that's called risk in the seams. And in a best value procurement, you're focusing sometimes on the risk in the seams between the elements of the supply chain. Experts, high performers are able to do that, and they're able to convey that in a proposal and a competitive manner. The third criteria besides cost and performance and risk, or the fourth criteria, is value and value options. High performing teams have the ability, because they have worked on similar projects for similar clients in the past, they can look at the requirements and specifications the client has offered, and based upon their experience, provide alternatives that can create more value for the client. And not everyone can do this. And so that ability to identify and provide value options is a tremendous differentiator. There's also a robust interview process that we put a lot of research into the best way to actually interview and compete in an interview fashion that also identifies performance. So those together with a rigorous clarification process are what differentiate low bid and just only a price and some of the other criteria that can be considered in a value-based selection.
Thank you. In your paper, you talk about having an approach of anonymous proposal system, and yet then you also talk about identifying teams that have really great quality and ability to deliver. There to me seems to be a bit of a tension there. I mean, my mind went to you have one car manufacturer suggesting, well, here's the specification, and you could have another car manufacturer with a less envious history for reliability and durability and such things, putting forward a similar specification. So there could be a lot of difference between someone's proposal who has real ability to deliver and another. Can you explain how you rationalize or how you address or explain that tension between those two points of view?
Yes, and so only a portion of the selection process is anonymous. So there's various research out there, but on a traditional RFP or some sort of solicitation where the government's requesting bids or requesting proposals, typically 70 to 90% of the time, the industry thinks they already know who the client wants to pick or who their top 2 to 3 favorites may be in the selection. When you make the proposals, the initial evaluated qualitative narrative proposals, anonymous, that are actually reviewed by an evaluation committee, what that does is it shows that the client is trying to be fair and unbiased in their selection. And so there are differences between companies and teams and products, and those are evaluated at the appropriate time. But in that portion of the selection process that can be anonymous, which usually accounts for about 50% of the score, the anonymous portion allows the evaluators to be completely unbiased in that review and scoring. And it's everyone tries to be unbiased, but evaluators will use what they think of the past to influence their current decision. But it's very difficult to understand current market trends, to know all the current technology, especially as most evaluators are either not technical experts in the field or have limited technical expertise, or it may have become aged in its relevance to the current market. And so those biases that can say, well, I saw this 10 years ago and I know it doesn't work, we look to minimize those in the selection. And so they're not in conflict in our opinion, in our research, because we're trying to make the competition look as fair and open as possible to allow the greatest amount of competition and the greatest incentive for the vendors to put together a high quality proposal that's specific to the projects at hand. Most infrastructure projects, it's a very boilerplate response, and it's a kind of a cut and paste proposal mechanism. And so you're getting generic responses. Even if it's not a low bid selection, price becomes the dominant differentiator because all the marketing material looks the same. And that traditional marketing is not a good way to differentiate. So then people will revert to their biases of what they think from the companies based upon their limited perspective. And so that's where the anonymous portion helps drive a more fair and a more accurate selection process. So that's how they work in tandem.
The other thing, Chair, I might add on this, on what Ken mentioned, looking at the vendor side, and I've heard many of the witnesses talks about the tier 1 contractors versus the mid-tier and the local businesses. Those really large organizations, because of their either relationship or their branding or their marketing, they normally rely a lot in their responses to the tenders on the basis of who they are. And if you talk to a lot of procurement professionals, one of the most commonly thing they complain about is the poor quality of the proposals. So if you take that privilege out of these companies, they are now forced to really focus on providing a more quality proposals that can really help the client to differentiate expertise between vendors. So that's really another benefit out of this, and it has been proven to really help the minority businesses, indigenous businesses, and the local businesses. So it really puts all vendors on an equal ground, and the evaluators are now really not influenced by who that company is, and they are evaluating the documents on its merit.
Good. One of the challenges that's coming to mind is that we are doing an inquiry. You're giving us your evidence and your advice. And so that's probably a first step where we gather the facts to then make recommendations. But how does government take on your advice and engage with groups like yours to improve our procurement processes and actually put it in place and begin the practice? Do we do it through engaging you as consultants? Do we do it through developing, as we discussed with the previous group, career paths of expertise in this area, so government is equipped with those with expertise and the capacity to be able to have the qualifications to engage with tier one companies to make sure that we are being properly represented? So could you explain how you might see us progressing our ability to improve and standardize and simplify and align through various levels of government our procurement practices?
Yes, I'm just going to add a quick comment and maybe let John and Ken make further comments to this. So our purpose is not really to stay within an organization or with the government forever doing this on their behalf. Our mission is to really go and help the internal capabilities within the various businesses and various organizations within the government. And the best way to help them build that capability is by running with them a few iterations on real projects on that approach. And from there, once they get the confidence and the ins and outs of how this entire thing work together, they will be able to work on their own and teach others as well. So I'm just going to leave it at that. John and Ken, if you've got further comments on this.
Yeah, I can add quite a bit to that. That is a wonderful question. It's a question I actually asked 12 years ago after struggling for 8 years. We were getting very good at having successful procurements on individual projects. But the question became, how do you actually help organizationally, structurally, groups, governments, companies transform how they do procurement and deliver projects, and specifically infrastructure. And so that began a 12-year search of how to actually do that, specifically. And so in terms of engagement, and John is exactly right of how we've traditionally worked. We're supporters, we're teachers, we have the expertise, but we have to equip the internal personnel to be able to do with the right skill sets, the right behaviors, the right thinking. My experience and research, I've collected about 600 plus case studies, specifically in adopting alternative delivery. And I just finished a large study of over 140 public agency government entities and their historical efforts to adopt different procurement methods and alternative delivery in construction and design specifically. And the main conclusion, the main approach is that it needs to be considered as a change management event. And specifically within that, it's how do you educate and equip current professionals in the government, in the procurement arena and in the project operations side, how do you help them adapt and adopt these new skills? Because it is a lot different than low bid while they're working real time. And I learned this myself about 7 years ago. There's an area of educational science called andragogy, and it's adult learning. It's how you help adults who have had 15 plus years of experience in their skill set, in their job function, learn to do that job function differently. And so the best way to approach it is a change event. There has to be proper communication. There has to be proper training. And specifically with adults, with working professionals, the training needs to be traditional plus on-the-job support. And that's what we've been seeing consistently as the most successful method in our efforts, is train them at the start, but as they begin to run their first projects and actually try these different procurement methods and tools, and to apply them on the actual projects themselves and the project management once they've selected the contractors and the designers, be there and help them. And the average person, the average adult learner, requires 3 to 5 iterations before they accomplish mastery. So what that means is if a person can run 3 to 5 procurements, they will have mastered 92 to 98% of the content of how to approach, all the different tangential situations that happen on a project, because it is very complex. And so that has been our experience. So the model that has been formed is proper training, proper structure, proper rollout. We've seen many organizations where they'll have some initial success in alternative delivery and in best value procurement, and they'll do a few projects to kind of get their feet wet. And then they'll say, let's do this on everything. And they expand much too quickly, and that collapses the success. And the industry will want to do that, but most of the industry is built on low bid competition. And so when you begin changing how the work is awarded to more of a value-based, best value procurement and delivery model, some of the existing industry will not be comfortable in that, and they will want to push back towards the low bid, which allows more non-performance in the methodologies, and it allows less skill to be pushed into the supply chain. So it's an organizational change event. It's an engagement where there's the projects, which is the ultimate goal, but the real thing that needs to change is the people, and providing them the right tools, templates, and training, but also that right support as they begin to do their job differently on those first few projects. And that change mentality is what can be ultimately successful. And with the virtual teaching technology, this is highly scalable. Like I'm helping a large multinational corporation right now. We're helping over 3,000 project professionals learn to do their job differently, and in billions of dollars of annual spend in real estate. And it's totally possible, but it does take the right strategy and the right approach, and teaching the adults and with the right processes and tools is the mentality. A lot of groups just focus just on the new templates, just on the new contracts, just on the new standards and requirements, and they leave out the part of helping the current professionals learn how to do their job differently in the right way. And so that's called andragogy, and it's the trick to success for a lot of this. So that's what we've seen from our experience.
There was some mention of individual projects, and this has been raised as an issue, the ad hoc nature, the piecemeal nature, infrastructure often being a reaction to a situation that has developed through a lack of planning or foresight. And we are looking in Australia at two things. One, the retrofitting of infrastructure into our major cities, which is challenging. And often when the cost of acquiring land is prohibitively high, we look at tunneling, and when that's too expensive, we don't do things, which then leads to the need to a plan of settlement and to strategically decentralize. And we've talked about the need for specialists. So should not the procurement division of, whether it's the Department of Infrastructure or Infrastructure Australia, develop teams with expertise that when a greenfield site is being opened up because of some faster mass transport, whether it be faster rail or high-speed rail, to a new region, that would require certain activities, and therefore the expertise in procurement for those particular activities, which would be many and varied when you're starting from scratch. So how do we develop a division with that capability and the team of specialists? Is that not something we should be looking at this period of great change?
Would you like me to respond to that, John? I didn't know if you want to.
You can go ahead. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, please feel free to chime in. I'm not sure there's a clear answer to that question, Chair. I've seen it multiple ways. If you have the resources, which I imagine you do, but also there can be bureaucratic stumbling blocks to some of those ideas, in my experience in working with larger government entities. But if done properly and with the right structure, and if it's segmented where the tentacles of the project and approvals that are necessary are somewhat contained to a small group, it can be successful. I've seen it successful in public agencies where there's a specialized procurement subgroup, and we've actually built them a few times for groups that have had the resources to do it, where we've built basically a subdivision inside of the organization that is a specialized best value procurement and project delivery group with people that have been hyper trained and hyper experienced with us and whatever other resources are necessary to gain that experience. And then they tackle the projects as they come. And then where it's been the most successful, you've had the critical support from the individuals and agencies with the decision rights on critical links in the project progression. And so most projects have several key decisions and approvals that are required in that first half of the project life before the design is initiated, that procurement is highly involved in, and it drives a lot of the procurement approaches. And so having the group set up, I think, is logistically easy. Structurally, the personnel allotment can be more challenging. But having the decision authority within that group, or at least aligned with it, becomes where I've seen it be the most challenging. So if that can be aligned and they can have the right authority to push those projects through and not just approve them, but have the subsequent approvals on size and budget and permitting, these are things that pop up down the line, then it can be successful. But if it's broken off without the decision power, the decision rights, it can stagnate the projects to a greater degree than if they were left in some other sub-agency. So that's been my personal experience. So there's the structural organizational hierarchy of it, which I think is a very good idea if the resources allow. But then there's the administrative bureaucratic delivery within that structure that can be problematic if the alignments and the authorities aren't granted in the organization's conception. We did this recently with the province of British Columbia in Canada, and they developed a new procurement agency specialized in technology procurement, and they were driving all of the provincial public agencies' procurement of technology, so IT and things like that, towards this one agency. But they did not give the agency the right authority. And so it stagnated. They were never able to populate their workforce, and it still exists. But the original mission of the agency, I don't feel will ever be achieved because it was not structured properly from the beginning with the right bosses in the right spots, I guess you would say. So that's been my personal experience. I'll let John and John share theirs as well.
Yeah, I think from my end, on the personal experience that I had with the approach, it really helps in the adoption stage. If you have a champion that is really supporting the rollout of this approach, it really helps supporting many obstacles along the way by having that champion supporting the rollout, because changing people sometimes can be difficult. And if you've got a champion that's really supporting this and have made an ethical decision that we are going to follow this, it helps a lot in having a successful implementation of the rollout of the entire process.
Thank you. Luke, are you there with a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, John and Dr. Ken, for your evidence and the submission. My question's a bit of a catch-all, but a useful one as we start to get towards the end of the inquiry. What are your thoughts if there was one recommendation that this inquiry into government procurement in regards to infrastructure was going to make, what would that be?
Ken or John, do you want to?
I can start. I don't mean to dominate the conversation. I apologize. So I can start with my recommendation is I would not allow low bid to be used in the selection of prime contractors, nor in the immediate subprime subcontractors. The value-based is consistently and documented as well to be shown to be so much more value and cheaper. The low bid is a Trojan horse in my experience. It is rarely what it promises to be. It looks good on paper because you took the lowest price at day zero, but the change, the delay, there are massive failures worldwide, and just changing the delivery system has also shown to be a failure. I don't think it's a question anymore. There's been multiple studies that have been released in just the last 3 years on hundreds of projects looking at all the different delivery systems, and they found there was no statistically significant difference in delivery systems, let alone procurement approaches. All they found was the only things that aligned to success were the capability of the people doing the work, how early you got them involved, and how transparent the cost tracking was. And this totally aligns with the research we've been doing with multiple universities on thousands of projects as well. Same, different approach, same outcome. So my one recommendation would be, don't allow low bid, force some type of value selection. Now we're biased, we think we've developed a good one, but some type of value-based selection. Low bid will just cause so many problems. And where a lot of people make mistakes is they don't go low bid on the GC or the prime, but that prime may only consume on average 10 to 20% of the dollars. So 80 to 90% of the other monies that are out there are actually pushed out to the subtrades, to the specialty contractors. And those are almost exclusively lump sum fixed price and usually contractually mandated to be so by the clients. And so you're still pushing the vast majority of your money to a low bid environment through the prime. And now they're forced to do a lump sum agreement with typically incomplete contract documents. And this causes great havoc in the supply chain. And so my one recommendation would be low bid should not be allowed for the prime or for the first level of critical subcontractors, and that, at least I'm making this up, I'd say 65 to 80% of the contracted allocation, whether it's directly from the client and then client through the prime, should not be allowed to be awarded to the low bidder. You'd have some type of value-based selection through the supply chain. And we've done this on billion-dollar-plus projects where you select the prime, and then you select with the prime the critical subtrades. And that will drive performance through the supply chain and allow you to have maximum outcomes. So that would be my one recommendation, is having a supply chain mentality in how the procurement is done. All the different alternative delivery things, that's a separate conversation. But I would push the value-based perspective through the supply chain as far as you can reach. And that will help drive performance, long-term performance, and immediate savings in terms of time and money for the taxpayers.
Thanks very much. That point is well made and loud and clear. Did either of the other gentlemen want to contribute?
Yeah, real quickly, the only comment I had or recommendation would be not to trust us or anyone else you're listening to. Normally when groups approach us and ask us that same question, what should we do? Our recommendation is typically test it out, try it out, run a pilot project or run a couple pilot projects, try some of these ideas and see if it works. And if it does work, in our case, we know a lot of this will work, then you can start to set a strategic and a tactical plan of how to roll this out to, more organizations, more projects. But typically, I would say run a few pilot projects just to see if it works. And that's kind of how we met John Mata is, probably 5 or 6 years ago. He brought us out to Melbourne and we told the same group of public owners there is, run a pilot project just to see if it works. And we ran some pilot projects and they had great success and now they're rolling it out on more projects. So that would be my recommendation is, find maybe a project or two or a handful of projects, find some open clients and let's run some pilot projects. John, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I think, John, I will share what you've just mentioned here. I think if we're looking at the real objective or why this inquiry has been actually put in place in the first place, because we really had some challenges and problems in the past. And we have been using different ways by changing the contractual structure, by changing the procurement way. So if we have had so many bad experiences in the past, and there is a new approach, a new system with promises that can actually deliver better outcome, I think the best way just to get the maximum out of this chance is to try it out and test it. And don't, as John mentioned, don't believe us and don't believe anyone that tells you we have tried it and it works. Just try it yourself and see if those ideas can actually bring more value and more success to the overall project that you're running, or it doesn't actually work. And from there, we'll be able to roll it out on a much extended scale.
I can add one more thing to that is one of the goals that we've seen organizations have is predictability. Predictability in their project outcomes. And so low bid and traditional approaches have low predictability. You have a standard deviation of, changes from 9 to 16%, which is high. But when you have predictability, you can have a consistent, like a 7% change rate, and it's consistently that way. Then that predictability in your budgeting, in your expectations, in your scheduling, has high value. So another recommendation is, a project by project perspective and rolling the dice that we may get it cheaper at low bid, because low bid does work sometimes. Otherwise, people would never do it. It does work sometimes, but it just has very low predictability. So having a predictable approach with consistently more accurate outcomes is also another recommendation that would be highly beneficial for the overall strategic approach for this solution that's trying to be developed.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Luke. Yes, this situation has come up time and again with the low bid, low value. It would appear that the lower the bid, the higher the risk. The simple part of a government that chooses to take the lowest bid, it can't be argued with, but there is a lacking of due diligence to actually investigate more deeply where the value lies. And so therefore, in procurement, there should be something on the government side to seek to have those answering the tender to demonstrate where their added value is. So there might be a price of the contract, but there might be added value because of the quality of materials or the design or the designed longevity of the product, of the lower maintenance and less repairs needed. So that's the area that you're advocating for to be more thoroughly examined by governments. Would that be correct?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I think it's such a consistent theme that if there is more work and more capability on the government side when engaging, these things can be more fully explored. And as Dr. Westacott said previously, go slow in order to go fast, or go slow at the beginning, be more methodical with our procurement processes. But it would also appear that we need to standardize and simplify these processes, possibly along the lines of government, from federal government, state government to local councils. So there is a real flow down and access to this expertise. So we're not duplicating as we so often do. So look, thank you very much for your presence today, your valuable contribution. Is there anything more that you would like to add? Questions that we didn't possibly ask?
I think, Chair, I would like just to add just a few final comments about the other benefits that we have seen utilizing this procurement approach. And it actually specifically targeting a lot of the problems that have been raised by different parties and different witnesses on this inquiry. So a lot of the time we heard about the significant cost for the vendor community to really respond to a tender process, especially in a government environment. The approach, without going into too much details, that best value procurement approach, it really minimizes the amount of effort and cost that the vendor needs to spend upfront. So it makes the process a lot more efficient and more effective for the vendors, and it will really encourage them and maximize the competition, which is one of the fundamental rules on the Commonwealth procurement rules is maximizing competition. So through following different mechanisms and techniques on the process, we can actually minimize that initial effort for the vendors and can really help them be encouraged to participate and compete in our projects. So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the time to explain the entire thing, but if we got the chance to explain that further, we would really touch on exactly what that means and how that can be achieved.
Would you be able to provide that in writing for us?
For sure, yes.
Well, that would be much appreciated. And so thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing, and in particular what we just mentioned. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And thank you again for attending. It's been very valuable. And I now suspend proceedings for a short break. We'll resume at 11 a.m. Is now from the MACE group appearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Robert Michael Fields. I'm appearing in the committee is in the capacity of Managing Director, Australia New Zealand for MACE Group.
My name is Andrew Quincy. I'm a principal at the MACE Group.
Lee Michael Callaghan. I'm a principal in the Strategic Advisory at MACE.
Dale Evans. I'm also a principal in the Strategic Advisory team at MACE.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings and legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you for the opportunity for MACE Group to present our insights into international best practice procurement models and approaches that can serve as an alternatives to current Australian practice in many instances and provide greater benefit to the Australian infrastructure sector for both clients, suppliers and end users. Just to introduce myself, I'm Regional Director for MACE Group in Australia, New Zealand. We're a global infrastructure construction contractor, developer, program and project manager and asset operator with over 20 years experience in the procurement delivery of major economic infrastructure in Australia and globally, and a background working for tier one contractors, government, consultancies, multinational infrastructure owners. Also have experience in advising all levels of government in Australia on complex procurement and commercial matters for major infrastructure, most recently as a member of the expert panel for the joint New South Wales Treasury and Victorian DTF Major Infrastructure Procurement Reform Review. I'd now like to introduce our MACE team of recognised procurement experts with international experiences across both Australia and the United Kingdom. I'll hand over to you, Dale.
So Dale Evans, my background is all infrastructure, mostly working on delivery models internationally. I also currently chair a number of industry initiatives and as I said, work as part of the MACE advisory team. And just I think I speak from a team perspective. I think what we put together in our pack represents our belief that one of the really exciting opportunities our sector has is that best practice is evident and clear. It does mean change, but it's evident and clear. And the thing our sector hasn't done historically terribly well is learn from each other. We tended to start from the point that our challenge was different, unique, and we were special. And as over the past few years, we've actually recognised that we have common challenges, we have things we can learn from each other, then we've started to accelerate the rate of progress. So in the information we provided, we set out some of those examples of best practice and learning that has taken place across industry and tried to highlight the opportunity that we think that presents us to progress infrastructure delivery to a better place. I'll probably hand to Andy.
Hi, so my background is I've recently returned to the UK from 3 years in Australia, where I've been working on a series of major infrastructure programs, all in the commercial and delivery model space. Prior to that, I've worked at all tiers of government as a public servant in the UK. So I've been an interim chief executive of a local council in the UK. I worked for the Department for Environment, Farming and Rural Affairs in the UK as commercial and property director. And then prior to that, spent 10 years as commercial director at Transport for London, leading the development of their commercial function and a number of other functions through the Crossrail, Olympic and tube upgrade programs, as well as surface transport. So prior to that, all my experiences in the private sector. Ali?
Lee, you might be on mute.
Mute, mate.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My background is predominantly in the water sector. I spent a number of years working in the UK on their AMP programs, where we sort of learned how to work in collaborative frameworks with the client and their ecosystems and the like, and then have come back and predominantly started to transfer those skills with a number of key clients, Sydney Water, their P4S scheme, and working with the team to help Infrastructure Australia with their 2021 infrastructure plan. With the pack that we put together, we were just going to walk through some of the key topics, or was there any questions that people had that they wanted to go into specific, or would you just like us to walk through some of the pack?
Yes, I think it's a very good idea for you to walk through the pack, and then we'll go to questions after that.
Thank
If you haven't, you've covered everything. There won't be any questions.
Let's see how we go.
Okay, good luck.
No pressure. Okay, Andy, we might sort of start with you going through the challenges and some of the opportunities.
So I think in terms of the flow and the logic behind the pack, what we want to do was set the context of how we view the market, and obviously if that doesn't correlate with your view, we can have a discussion point on that. And then what we want to talk about is how some of the other global jurisdictions have responded to similar pressures and issues in terms of procurement and the marketplace, both at a policy level in terms of other governments' responses, but also at a delivery level. So looking at how institution and individual delivery agencies have responded to the challenges. And what we wanted to do was set that in the strategic context before diving into the operational elements and the procurement elements, just so that we can share our understanding alignment. And then we're going to finish up with a sort of a summary of where we think the particular issues with procurement are at, and how we think we can transform and improve procurement across Australia and other jurisdictions that we work in. So that was the general context and flow of the presentation that we put together that would be helpful. And I think one of the reasons for that is one of the biggest things that we believe that procurement can shift in is making sure that procurement and procurement functions are connected with the outcomes that are required to be delivered at the policy level. And we think that's generally been a big gap in terms of the relationship of where procurement sits in either delivery agency or as a functional organisation in terms of major projects. So that's hence where we starting where we are. And I think moving on to the second slide, we've talked here about sort of what we see as the key challenges. And I think the way we sort of articulate is in the sense of an equilibrium of the supply and demand has to be in balance, which is a good economic theory. And what's happening is that there are record levels of investment, both in infrastructure and around the world, and more infrastructure is coming along. So it's not diminishing; it's actually growing in terms of the flow in. And what's happening on the other side in terms of how the market is responding is that there is poor productivity across the sector. The sector is not able to respond at the moment by meeting those increased demands with productivity, and therefore there is, if you like, a particular pressure on labour force and resources to be deployed on these projects, compounding the poor diversity and wellbeing that we've seen across Australia. In particular, we've picked that out, and we'll talk about that in the Infrastructure Australia plan, and declining contractor profit margins. So, there have been a number of second-tier contractor issues in the marketplace. And so the supply and demand in terms of capacity is there, but how the capacity is deployed is not being efficiently delivered from the marketplace. So the market is in a challenging place, and this has been the place for infrastructure over 20 or 30 years that I've been involved in it, but is now getting very much compounded by the money that's coming in from the top. So that's the challenges that we see are the key market factors. But there is one significant opportunity that we talk about that we wanted to highlight in particular, and that's the role of digital. And that's digital from a procurement sense, both in terms of the functional deployment of digital, and there are a plethora of applications that are now potentially being used to help improve the efficiency of procurement itself, but procurement as an enabler across the entire infrastructure system in terms of the fact that it has a role as a function in infrastructure delivery, maintenance, operations, and various other transport and delivery body agency facets, if you like, that they can deploy that through the contracts that they let and act as connections between those different silos, if you like, in terms of the functions that operate. So we wanted to pick that up as a particular opportunity. Then we wanted to just highlight that there are, particularly in the UK, a number of government bodies responding to these challenges. So we put a couple of slides there in terms of how some of these people are responding, and procurement in particular is coming to the fore as a key enabler in terms of shifting the marketplace. So things like we've talked about the construction playbook in the UK, and obviously Dale can talk about that in some more detail, but also institutions are responding. So we've got things like the Institute of Civil Engineers and the Project 13 stuff, which again, Dale is facing. And we'll come on to it again at the end, the work that we've been doing with Infrastructure Australia, or some of the team have been doing with Infrastructure Australia to help shape their thinking about how procurement can respond. So that's, if you like, setting the context and how some of the other jurisdictions are responding. And I was going to hand over to Dale to talk about how those are operationalised, if you like.
So I'll pick up from the initiatives that Andy's mentioned, and against that general backdrop, I mean, we believe one of the really exciting opportunities is that best practice is transparent and visible, and interestingly, nearly all of those reports seek to identify, distill, and share best practice. And what's particularly exciting is actually they come up with some really common themes. So I think our sector is at the point where there's no great diversity in terms of what the direction looks like. There's a lot of consistent thinking about that. The challenge becomes how do we get there and how do we enable that change? So if on the slide where we've summarised the general themes, I'll just pick out some key points, and then maybe just pick some examples from the initiatives themselves. So on that particular slide, we've identified the themes that are common right across those global initiatives. And as Andy said, some of them are things that really do get enabled through procurement. So the most significant, which seems like a really obvious point, is this one about when we invest in the built environment, we're actually investing to deliver better outcomes. We're not investing to build stuff, we're investing to deliver better outcomes. And that should be the focus for how we deliver, it should be how we define value, and it should be where we engage with our partners and with the supply chain. So it sounds like a simple starting point, but it's actually a fundamentally different starting point from traditional how we procure and engage. It should be about value, so it should be about outcomes, whole life cost. It isn't just about capital cost to build. Again, a really important point, we should approach this from a systems perspective, so we should see everything we do as an intervention on a system, and again, that changes our approach. And then in terms of how we create delivery entities, more integrated, collaborative and aligned relationships. And again, we'll touch on how that's absolutely a consistent theme across best practice, and how best practice engages with a wider supply system, not just a smaller group of tier 1 partners. Information management flows through all of that, and he's touched on that. And then in all of these initiatives, if we change the way we set up, the way we enable, the way we procure, then actually delivery starts to look fundamentally different. It looks much more like production and platform delivery, and less like traditional engineering. So these changes have been shown to enable a fundamentally different way of working. And I wanted to just pick out a couple of examples. I won't go through all of the specific examples, but if we look at the World Economic Forum, who've done an awful lot to promote how infrastructure can be delivered better. Key points from their Shaping the Future of Construction report was that actually they studied a very diverse global group of projects and programs, very diverse. So you wouldn't really have instinctively thought there would be some common themes that underpin those, but that's actually exactly what they found. And it echoes what I've just been through. But again, 2 particular points, this whole recognition about how we need to be better at bringing together integrated collaborative teams to deliver our projects and our programs. And then when we do engage with a wider supply system, we actually start to see commonality, repeatability, and again, we open up that opportunity for something to be more production oriented with much higher levels of reliability than traditional construction. So very diverse projects, but some common themes. Andy mentioned the UK Infrastructure Client Group. The first slide you've got just shows the Infrastructure Client Group programme. So Infrastructure Client Group is a group of infrastructure clients that were asked to work with government, again, to drive improvements in how infrastructure is delivered. Started with a very long list of potential projects, got that down to 3 areas that are highlighted on that slide. So the Infrastructure Client Group believes the transformation of how we deliver infrastructure comes through new delivery models, a drive for reduction in infrastructure carbon, and digital transformation. Those are the key planks that enable it. The bit we sort of pick up on a little was Project 13, which is about new delivery models. And on the slide that's first headed Project 13, you can see the wide breadth of organisations that have adopted Project 13 as a new way of working. I'll touch on what that is in a minute. Again, global groups, Sydney Water, first international area adopter. It's been adopted by the World Economic Forum as a partnership initiative. And you can see from the organisations there, again, very broad cross-section of infrastructure. And that's all in the space of 3 years, so 2018, when Project 13 was first launched. And on the slide, this is then headed from transaction to enterprise. So what Project 13 actually did was go away and research exemplar programs. So against that general backdrop of mediocrity, there are some exemplars that have delivered exceptional performance over a sustained period of time. And what that extensive research showed up was that actually these exemplars had gone from a transactional approach to procurement to creating enterprises to deliver their projects and programs. And how the research team characterised that was that transactions are defined through very linear relationships that are bound by quite strict contractual limitations. They're ones that create some pretty perverse behaviours, so stuff we're familiar with, adversarial conditions, that behaviours around gaming, client contractor dynamics, lots of behaviours that undermine the way we work. And what it also identified was that if you take those primary relationships, you've only actually covered about 50% of what we spend when we develop infrastructure. So it's a model that sort of tends to be sort of blind to the wider supply chain opportunity and the innovative potential within that. And these exemplars have moved to enterprises, and enterprises, they are about better outcomes, they are about value, they are about creating an environment where we're aligned with our partners, we've got integrated teams, and we deliver through production. So echoing some of the themes that I picked up before. And from a procurement point of view, I just wanted to highlight, there's a slide that talks about a shift in our thinking, because the things we've outlined look like sort of common sense in many respects. They don't look like they're completely coming from a different place, but actually they do represent a shift in our thinking, and they do mean some change. I've just highlighted 3 of the shifts here that are very relevant. The first one, which make no apology for coming back to, when we procure and when we engage with partners, it isn't about what we're going to build, it's about the better outcomes that we seek to deliver from that investment. And outcomes must be front and centre. They must be how we define value, and we must engage with our partners in how we best achieve those outcomes. So huge enabler, but in an era where we're looking for intelligent, sustainable solutions, a key starting point. The next I've probably covered, which is the recognition that when we're delivering complex programs, we're actually bringing together organisations and teams from a broad background, and we're trying to create a high-performing enterprise by bringing those organisations together. So we need much more focus on how procurement and contracts and the way we work enables that integration. And then an important point of Project 13 is how we reward partners. And in our sector, traditionally, we've rewarded partners for volume. So we reward consulting engineers for time and hours, and we reward contractors for turnover and spend. So actually, again, in terms of what we're trying to achieve, we reward quite perverse behaviours. And what Project 13 does is move to a place where we reward value and we reward outperformance. So our partners actually generate a return, but by gaining a share of the value that we create as well as we deliver. So there are some shifts. And again, a key point is, the themes we've outlined look like common sense, but they bump into some pretty embedded practices, and they're changes that we need to manage. And I think to cover the IA report and 6 pillars, I'll hand back to Andy.
Yeah, it's just for me. So I might not mention, obviously I've been a procurement professional for 30 years. I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, and And one of the things that is a challenge in our industry is, digital is a great example, which is why I picked up as an opportunity, that the people in delivery organizations that buy digital are often following completely different processes and career development paths that people buy infrastructure. And again, this is particularly in the UK, but I've found it relevant in Australia as well, is that the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors is sort of where people are orientated for commercial in infrastructure, and the Chartered Institute of Merchants and Suppliers where they're orientated by digital. And therefore there becomes a divide, if you like, between the way things are bought. And I think this is one of the issues functionally, if you like, within the operating units that we find that create silos between people talking different languages. And the Institute of Infrastructure Project Authorities try to address this because the processes are very similar. And I think the having grown up in automotive with Land Rover, BMW, and Honda in my formative years, it's the early stages of procurement that are really important to make the shift and to get procurement professionals involved in understanding the client and how the client model is shaped, which is at the beginning of these processes. Often what happens, we found with projects, is that people will take the packaging that's been done on the last project, draw off from the contracts that has been done on the last project, whether that was a successful or failure, and move to start the procurement process from there, rather than properly engaging with the client organisation, understanding the outcomes, understanding how the client is going to be organised, and therefore what's the scope left of what is to procure. And then the second bit is engaging with the marketplace early in the process. And a lot of people are nervous about this because of the regulations and probity and governance around procurement processes. But all of these processes allow for this dialogue to take place in the early phases of these programs to enable proper packaging, because the market is a dynamic place, and therefore if you use the packaging and commercial contracting strategy from previous projects, the market will have changed from under you, and we're seeing that at the moment, particularly with the growth of infrastructure. So there's just a couple of models here that we really like, that has a very simple representation of a process that can be used in both infrastructure and more goods and services procurement, that people can follow and start at the right point rather than starting halfway through the process, which is where a number of organisations have met challenges. So that's the procurement bit in terms of process, and so certainly something we would advocate for in terms of those early stages and the step-by-step process. And I think the last little bit before we summarise on the procurement stuff, Lee was going to talk about the work that a number of us have done with Infrastructure Australia. I'll mute again, Lee.
Sorry. I think you can see in I guess some of the key themes that came out of the 2021 Infrastructure Australia plan was that they did go in and really try and delve into best practice and looked at a lot of the key things that were happening globally in regard to, we needed better outcomes, we needed commercial incentivisation. Collaboration wasn't just something that had to happen. It's a step and a process that needs to happen and tries to drive the right behaviours. Most of the things, collaboration is a very hard thing to do. You need to have the right behaviours in order to truly collaborate. So I think really some of the main things that were put in the 2021 plan are coming from the slides and the best practice that have been presented here today. Rob, there might be a bit that you want to cover off now.
I guess just to wrap up, just around, MACE itself, and just looking at the slide that's talking about our projects. Over the last 30 years, MACE has played a key role in the strategic planning, procurement, delivery of some of the world's most complex major programs and projects, including London 2012 and the Legacy, which is actually still ongoing today. We're a partner with the London Legacy Development Corporation. The East Village, which is an exemplar in design for manufacturing assembly. Dubai World Expo, which has recently opened. And also Lima 2019 Peru, which had some innovative procurement practices and transformation across government. I guess MACE has had a history of being actively involved in the development, execution, knowledge transfer, and actually delivering a legacy of capability uplift in procurement, commercial and supply chain management. And we've done this internationally for government agencies and industry alike, which we feel can be applied in the local Australian context, particularly through, I guess, some of the approaches that Dale, Andy and Lee had discussed earlier. There's a really evident case study, I guess, for MACE that through our recent involvement in Lima 2019, which was the Pan American Games, as delivery partner to the Peruvian government, and we're now delivery partner for their National Infrastructure Reconstruction Program. We use the knowledge built from London 2012, where MACE has been able to meet the challenges, I guess, with that nation and transform the government's approach and market participation in wider public procurement across Peru. This was actually achieved through implementation of NEC contracting that enabled an increased transparency and installed open and fair competition in the market, which removed corruption. So now they've got a very competitive market, and they're seeing the results of that in terms of time and cost to deliver major programs and projects. So I'll hand back to you now, Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, Andy, I'll let you go through the last slide and then open for questions.
Yeah, so we just wanted to finish off with so what does this mean for procurement and the commercial environment? And I think this is just to reinforce, hopefully, all the points we've made. So the first one is alignment. So the commercial return is aligned with the delivery of the customer outcomes. So anchoring everything that is done in what is required in terms of the outcomes. Then the reward is not linked to the volume. So it's not competed for a cost for scope, and that we've got to change how reward is targeted. The third is risk, is that owners' risks are not transferred to the supply chain, that they're managed effectively. Engagement, we need increased engagement, not just with the major tiers of the supply chain or in some of the major contractors, but all the way through what we would class as the ecosystem, which is the supply chain, seeing that as a network of suppliers that can really add value to the process. Scale, where, you know, look at it across portfolios, not just individual project by projects, that, you know, aggregate and think about things as portfolios that enables that unlocking of innovation and production systems. And to enable that, to look at the term and to start building enterprise relationships rather than just project by project relationships. So those are our big six sort of how can procurement through the commercial model enable transformation of infrastructure by being anchored in the early parts of the setup of major programs and projects. And with that, I think we were going to open with questions.
Well, thank you very much for your submission and for that overview. There appears to be a couple of recurring themes. One that was raised earlier in your talk, that we have across the many countries in an effort to recover from the COVID-19 setback, what we call COVID recovery plan, investment in infrastructure. We're not the lone ranger there, and it could lead to this supply-demand equation not being favourable. And the history of Australia, it seems that we are a boom and bust, or drought and flooding rains. And so how do we manage the steady rollout of infrastructure rather than overheat the market for the immediate needs, and actually have a long-term plan of infrastructure that develops sovereign capability, and embroidered in that, moving from an immature, just get the best price, no one can argue with that, but not the best outcome or not the best real value. So there seems to need to be a cultural shift in both of those key areas. Am I understanding this correctly?
You want to go?
Yeah, I'm happy to lead off. So you're absolutely right, and I think what we're advocating is the shift of the model in terms of, I think you will probably read our final list of summary in reverse order of, you know, to unbreak the blockage, what we need to do is improve productivity. If you look at all the graphs, and we've had this discussion a number of times internally and stuff, to improve productivity is the way of not just needing more labour resource on infrastructure. You've got to improve productivity, and what you need to do by that is invest in commercial models over a long period that enables the contractor market to have that certainty. So the if you like, as you say, moving away from the boom bust cycle, giving them decent returns, that means that they can invest in production machinery and design for manufacture thinking, etc., etc. And that's how you drive up productivity that enables you to drive, you know, get into a flywheel of success, as I would call it, to deliver more infrastructure, more and more infrastructure as innovation comes along. Dale, I don't know if you wanted to add a bit to that one.
Yeah, so a couple of points. So I think the first one is the model. I think part of the problem isn't just us bringing forward spend or accelerating spend. It's the model that we use to do it, because it doesn't create the opportunity for the supply chain to invest in new skills and capability. You know, we have through a focus on cost-based competition and procurement, we have created a business model for contracting partners that is slightly perverse. It's almost more about cash flow than it is about genuine return, and that spirals then into productivity because partners aren't investing in that skills and capability. So I think as we do approach, you know, bigger programs, then better models will enable that to be sustainable. I think the other point we mentioned is that again, historically, we haven't really got full value from the wider supply chain. We tended to focus on primary relationships with tier one partners, and you know what clients and those tier one partners need to be doing is really tapping into and developing the wider supply chain, which is actually where much of the capability sits. So in terms of you know that capability, in terms of developing skills, and in terms of the sovereign point you mentioned, then I think wider use of the regional, local, and sort of extended supply chain is a really key point. And I think the other is the point that we've mentioned, that you know as we do this, and as we increase investment, you know sometimes we're dragged into accelerating spend, and again, you know we get drawn into the rate at which we spend and the rate at which we complete work, and we lose sight of the reason why we're doing it, which is those better outcomes. So, you know, as we do look to recover from COVID, I think it's even more important that we do retain an absolute focus on what are the better outcomes that an investment is intended to deliver, and not get drawn into spending money and seeing spend and build as a success factor. It's the better outcomes that are the measures of success.
One suggestion has been from Philip Lowe some time, a year or so ago, that like the RBA, possibly infrastructure could be handled at arm's length distance from government. So rather than have ad hoc piecemeal trying to make an announcement of a project for the sake of political purposes, to, as is done in Sweden, to actually legislate the rollout of infrastructure, or to have independent bodies take charge so that we can build long-term plans that can build industry. And while it might be a bit slower to begin with, we get rid of that enormous cost of gearing up for one project and then nothing else happens. And so the gearing up and the gearing down is a portion of that one project rather than amortized over a number of projects. And what role can procurement play here to advise government to say, well, you're seeking this procurement for this one project, But if we had a follow-up project and those who are going to respond to our call for expressions of interest, if they knew that there was another similar project following and another one following and another one following, that then we could get, they could build their critical mass, we'd get greater efficiencies, we'd improve our productivity, and we look at it more holistically. An example that might have been the poor outcome recently when our light rail in Sydney, the rolling stock has been damaged by the poor maintenance of the tracks, which is, if what you read in the newspapers is correct. And so they're going to be off the tracks for 18 months. But I haven't seen anyone raise the concern, well, why can't we move the rolling stock from our 2 other light rail projects in Sydney to shore up this shortfall? And I think the answer is because they're not compatible. And that would have seemed to be an enormous oversight in rolling out light rail, that had it been those 3 contracts being attached to each other in the first place, we would have had a standardized system that could have addressed this problem that we have. So we've gone for a short-term cost, but not looked at the real value and long-term benefits. Is this a good example that we really should have learned from and make sure we don't make the same mistake again and again?
So I'll take a first hack at that one. I'll probably be in danger of furiously agreeing with the hypothesis in the question. But if you look at 3 parts within that, and again, it sounds a bit intangible, but I think that first point, if we could start to see infrastructure as a system and see, what we do is interventions within that system, and to plan on a longer term basis in terms of how we develop and how we maintain, and not see what we do just as a series of separate projects, then that makes an immediate difference. So I think there is a bit. We do tend to see what we do as a series of one-off projects, and we lose that system perspective, and we lose a lot of then benefits that come with that. What flows out of that is there are various models on there that have looked at different funding arrangements and funding profiles, and there's no doubt that so I wouldn't characterise this necessarily in terms of distance from government, but there is no doubt that funding arrangements that look to give a little bit more longevity to infrastructure developers are beneficial to the whole supply system. So, moving away from, I mean, clearly the hardest place to be is to work on a short-term annual budget and try and, respond effectively and in an agile way within a supply system that is working within that. So we're, and various examples, where regulated sectors have moved to a periodic funding basis. That's been hugely beneficial. Even where government agencies have moved to a longer term funding, then that's been beneficial. So there's definitely a huge enabler in terms of how we plan funding profiles. And then the last point is a really simple one. What has been shown to be equally beneficial is just seeing what we do in terms of pipelines and portfolios. And Andy made a point about relationships. There's definitely benefit in longer term supply chain relationships. But what partners don't need is certainty. They need visibility. So when we're looking at sharing pipelines and creating portfolios of work, and again trying to move away from the very project-based approach, it's the visibility and transparency that's important, not the certainty that comes with it. So I think you're absolutely right. I think in those 3 things, seeing what we do first and foremost as development of an infrastructure system, looking at funding arrangements that support that, and then being prepared to share portfolios and pipelines with the supply system. They're all big enablers to better performance.
Before Andy goes, I might just all those points as well, but it's also important that once you develop, once we're developing infrastructure pipelines, that we establish the right behaviours that we want from the eco partners, so they're aligned to the government's or the client's outcomes. Just so we, people don't end up in adversarial, contracting and things like that. It's quite fundamentally important to get the right behaviours out of both the client and the eco partner in order to deliver those projects.
I would add a very short 30 second to, I think I'm with Dale, we would furiously agree with you. And again, I would point back to, industries and market sectors that have really made a difference in terms of their productivity, both in terms of the efficiency of how they produce things and the effectiveness in terms of really giving customers better products over the years. And again, I grew up in the automotive sector, and a lot of what we're now seeing emerging in infrastructure was what emerged in the automotive market, certainly back in the 80s and 90s. And, and that's, and now you see that in cars, common componentry, they use platforms that they have 3-4 models based off one vehicle platform. They're interchangeable, and they're completely transformational from what they were 20 years ago, cars. So I think it's that. But from an organisation point of view, having worked in sort of arm's length and central government, I don't have a firm view of how that helps, as it were, in terms of delivery. I think I would stick to my sort of 6 things at the end. They're the big things. If you get them right, then you're going a long way towards delivering better outcomes.
Ms. Ryan, are you there?
Yes, I am, JA, but no questions from me at this time. Thanks, Chair.
And does anybody else have questions? Sometimes these people are very shy, you notice. Look, just to, let me see if I can pick up on a few of the things. I guess where we come to is we have had a lot of concurring points of view, and yours are excellent and beautiful and very well put. And so we know what to do, and now we have to wrestle with how do we do this in government from a federal government point of view, and that is fed down to states. Can we use the National Cabinet as a mechanism? How do we get our departments, the Federal Department of Infrastructure, to engage with their state counterparts? Should procurement be in there? Should it be brought into Infrastructure Australia? Should Infrastructure Australia, in their planning, have the specialist procurement people at their engaged, so that each state can benefit from a central brain bank rather than duplicate everything? How can we work together, I guess, is how do we now do it? The Philip Lowe suggestion is that an entity is formed and is given their writing orders by legislation, and it can obviously be there's checks and balances. But we obviously need to learn from others to have long-term plans and the purpose for the outcome. Like, what is the purpose of, we might have the debate about high-speed rail, but if you're looking at the purpose is to plan settlement and facilitate that settlement and a supply of affordable housing for generations to come, rather than to cram everybody into Sydney and Melbourne, there's the purpose. What is the value to that? What is the opportunities to fund that in innovative ways, which has been the subject of other inquiries that this group has undertaken. But this very, very important part of getting procurement right, to standardise it, to simplify it, to have plain speaking contracts. I guess that's what's your best advice on how we now do this?
Could I quickly have first hack at that? I think what you just described is a really important starting point, isn't it? I think if we can, put the purpose of infrastructure and what we're ultimately looking to deliver front and centre, and really give clear ownership of that to the right bodies, that's the right starting point. I think to then develop some principles about how procurement aligns with that, which I won't repeat what Andy said, but I think traditional procurement isn't aligned with that very purpose-based outcome approach. It's different. So we need only some principles. We need some principles that are possibly mandated centrally, that align and are very outcome focused. Another thing we need to do is to create leadership groups and opportunities for jurisdictions and partners to share their experience and their best practice. I mean, I think there's a huge opportunity in that whole process of understanding best practice, learning from each other, and looking to accelerate, how the whole sector moves forward collectively. And again, that seems really simple, but we haven't historically done that. We've all seen our challenges unique, different, and special, and we've, in the end, therefore, made the same mistakes and learned the same lessons in our own sector. So those would be my three things. I mean, actually, as you said, let's make this purpose and outcome driven. Let's align procurement and a set of principles that might be mandated, that follow that, and then let's create, collective leadership groups that drive best practice.
I agree with Dale. I think, similar to what's been done in the UK with the infrastructure client group within Australia, we should have potentially an infrastructure leadership group that's from the federal, the state, and down to local. Everyone can work across a pipeline and a portfolio, and all the jurisdictions can sort of know what's coming in different areas and agree. You can look at funding models, and then you've got all the principles set up on the delivery, the commercial mechanisms, and the right behaviours in order to deliver it. And the value comes back to both the government and the taxpayer.
Yes. Yep. Thank you for that. It appears that in part the adversarial history of pursuing cost has had a lot of trickle-down effects that have not been beneficial, and this concentration on a more mature, more sophisticated, finding a way to value the lifelong, the full life value of a piece of infrastructure is very important. But look, thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretary will be in touch with you in relation to any matters rising out of today's hearing. And if there is any further contributions you'd like to make following further consideration of what we've discussed today, that would be appreciated. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And again, thank you all very much.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have representatives of the Australian Institute of Building appearing for today's hearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Oh, yes, good morning. Jeffrey Dart from the Australian Institute of Building, and I'm also joined remotely by John Gaskin, who's our National President of the Australian Institute of Building.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they should set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. Now, I invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity for AIB to address the Standing Committee. I guess some background from John and myself. My background, social science and consulting prior to joining the AIB. John has 40 odd years as a builder with large multinationals and also SMEs. So we hopefully bring a blend of views. Some may agree, some we may not. And we really appreciate the opportunity. A little bit about the AIB, established in 1951, Royal Charter in 1969, and I guess our mantra in the industry is the industry who's the arbiter of knowledge and learning. We accredit 16 universities who run construction degrees throughout Australia, and it's really based on building excellence, how we can deliver more knowledge and experience through the industry. If I may proceed, The objectives really we're looking at, and I'll just say I won't go over our submission, but it's really useful hearing some of the other folk looking at some of the areas. The major objective really is to have the consumer in mind, and I think as an industry we've forgotten about the consumer, the people who actually live and work in the buildings we live in, the roads we drive down, and the hospitals we go into. We can bring a little bit of fact and perspective to what we feel can add value to robust procurement practices for government-funded infrastructure. I guess the key elements we start with is the reason we build things is for people. So demographics is a huge driver of what we build and where we build it. You know, we're confronted at the moment by labour shortage that's been building up for some time. We rely on skilled migration for a reasonable part of that labour, and so we've got, you know, around about 2 million people won't be coming here through to 2041, a large proportion of whom will be skilled labourers and unskilled. So we've got several factors to take into consideration when we look at procurement, what we build, where we build. And a good point I picked up on earlier, one of the trends that I've, I guess, labelled urbanisation, where we're seeing the internal migration of now significant numbers of people deserting Sydney and Melbourne, some heading up to Queensland. But it highlights the other point that I think has been extremely relevant in terms of infrastructure and the very fast train, which I think was first considered viable in 1984. But if we look at that migration to rural regions, if you look at a very fast link between Sydney and Melbourne, you've got Goulburn and Seymour on both sides of the border. And I think from our perspective, we're looking more of the infrastructure required to not depopulate the cities, but allow for future expansion, you know, 1-2 decades down the track. We've seen COVID have an enormous impact on where we live, how we live and where we work, and that's now embedded. So we'll see probably 25 to 30% of workers where they can working from home. And that's had an impact on commercial office buildings particularly, but also the amount of vacant apartments in Sydney and Melbourne, with folk choosing to what I call urbanise. We may in fact face, for the first time since the First World War, a decline in population because of COVID. And we just need to take these sort of things into mind when we consideration. We then have overlaid with that skilled labour and shortages. It's very difficult. Our members are largely 3,000 members of commercial builders. And the thing we hear from members is it's really difficult to find a site manager. Projects have been delayed, and with an industry that really struggles to understand profitability, it means that delayed cash flow, and we may see a few builders, one in Queensland recently, come into financial difficulties because of those factors. And then we have the rising cost of products and materials. We deal with a lot of suppliers. They expect materials and products to keep rising for the next 12 to 18 months in the range of 6 to 10%. And that's also a factor of global demand, whether it's across timber, fittings, fixtures, hardware, etc. They're the sort of things we deal with on a daily basis, and we feel it's important to bring to the table in that regard. Expenditure on infrastructure projects, we now is vulnerable to delays, other sections of construction. And infrastructure is the second largest behind residential. Then we have infrastructure, non-residential and mining. So it's a significant segment that's in growth. If we look at the pipeline, which I don't need to go over all those numbers, but it's quite robust. The price pressures will lead to rising costs, and one of the issues that to keep in mind for procurement is that the people that are submitting tenders will need to manage their cost clauses within their contracts, because they will be going up over the next 12 to 18 months. Construction projects, as I mentioned, it's social and economic factors that we need to keep in mind, and they're ever changing. The largest challenges we see, as I've referred to, shortages of labour, materials, delays, attempting to commence projects that are shovel ready. And quite often, my background in supply chain in consulting is to make sure we call it just in time, don't build before things are ready. And there is a temptation to carry on with projects without due diligence. And I'm not saying we don't give due diligence when we're procuring projects. In mind of labour, materials, rising costs and demand. Where are people going to be living and working in the next 10 years? And are the things we have on the agenda strategically important? So some sort of selection process where we categorise the projects that need to be done and a timing cognizant of labour, materials and availability. They're the key challenges we feel procurement can play a large part in. Skilled migration, mutual recognition have been factors, but it's going to take 2 or 3 years before skilled migration can impact through COVID and travel, a whole heap of other things. Procurement practices, we feel need to be progressive, flexible and responsive, would be our view of making sure that we supply meets demand. We've seen in housing where we've oversupplied the market. For the last 10 years, we have too many houses. And what I've suggested here is that we put an end to the home builder scheme fairly quickly. It's absorbing labour and materials from construction. Commercial infrastructure, as I said, social, we need to consider social and economic recovery. We don't need more homes. Public and private sectors need to work together, and we feel we're well placed working across construction with government, also with private enterprise and other industry bodies. We have a lot to do. We have good relations with the other industry bodies. We don't always agree, but I think that's all a part of a robust discussion to get to a point in time where we're delivering the infrastructure that Australia needs moving into the 2040s and 50s. Communication and collaboration, a point that I've heard raised is between the 8 jurisdictions and the 262 LGAs. Having done a lot of work around LGAs, state governments, there's quite often separate agendas. When you take a step back and look at those LGAs and state governments, I feel there's a lot of synergies from a procurement perspective. And I'll jump a little bit ahead and look at, and I think if we look at procurement, it's about collaboration, but also consolidation of our purchase. How can we better consolidate orders, reduce the number of suppliers toward a better outcome? And I think the 2 overriding sections which embedded, I guess, in our thinking are ethics and sustainability. Ethics and sustainability, I feel, are opportunities to really move onto the front foot with ethics and ethical supply. In the food industry, we have barcodes that tell us about provenance. Where does the product come from? Our industry, our procurement, I think we need to be a lot more vigilant in terms of understanding where the components come from in relation to child labour, slavery and those sort of elements that the timber industry have been through. And on the sustainability side, lower carbon concrete, I think concrete 6 to 7% of global carbon emissions. So those sort of things which are emanating socially, economically, I'm not sure how much we've taken on board, but our industry, I really feel, needs to step up to the plate in those areas. We have an industry that is a race to the bottom, and I'll summarise this briefly, and it's all about price. The reason we have a good relationship with the Green Council, and one of the reasons that sustainability has not progressed as quickly as we would like, is because it's still seen as a cost by many of the builders. And from a procurement perspective, I think we have a great opportunity to now set the bar at a certain level in terms of the efficacy of the products we're buying and the materials we're putting into our projects, and also to alleviate the tendency of builders to put a tender in on price. So what happens is when you allocate $100 billion for infrastructure project, probably 5% goes into a discount. So you finish up with a project worth 95 billion instead of 100 billion. So they're the sort of things we would like to try to, those things that are being given away at the moment, to come back into the industry to improve the profitability and performance, and also the sustainability of our industry. Our view is that a lot of it's to do with behaviour. We have, I guess, an older workforce. It's been very successful. We managed to get things done, but we don't always, across the board, have stringent management procedures, strategic planning, and particularly around pricing and profitability, and hence, as you know, supply chain's the significant part of that whole process. From a procurement perspective, I think we can be cognizant of the need for our builders and our members to make money and to be profitable and sustainable. And I guess that then comes down to what else can we as an industry do to improve, not just in an industry but as a government. Out of the construction's worth 254 billion, including repair and maintenance, which is about 5% of that, which is often neglected. Out of that, there's probably around about 50% of products and materials, around 120 billion. And we estimate that 10% of that is on imported product that can be substituted by capable Australian manufacturers. So that's, $12.5 billion that leaves a country that, let's say 50% of it, 6 billion, could be put back into our economy, more jobs, more household incomes, and with the story from there. And that's something that procurement can clearly have a influence over. And our view is that we would be looking at more astute local content as a part of tender processes where we are capable. We're not capable and have capacity in every area, but there's certainly quite some that we are. We saw what happened at the start of the pandemic when the factories closed down in China. The industry came to a halt for probably 3 to 6 months. So, and I think picking up on some of the points that we've made in our submission, we would be very much supporting a greater investment in local manufacturing, particularly construction. Local manufacturing, as we know, has been declining consecutively under consecutive governments, regardless of flavour. And because it's been more, it's been short-term thinking around sourcing a cheaper product from another place at the expense of what we can do where we have the capability and competence and capacity to build locally. New South Wales are probably the leading jurisdiction that we can see in terms of how they're addressing a lot of concerns through the Building Commission within their construction industry. They have a high number of faults, defects in their buildings. They've taken some very proactive action around insurance, capabilities of builders, and also product materials, training and education. And they've still got a long way to go. I'm not saying they've got to the best, but there's a lot of jurisdictions that I think could take some of the lead from what's happening in New South Wales at the moment. And I guess they'd be the first to admit that they've got a long way to go. But they're the sort of headways we really welcome. It doesn't matter where we start off, it's a challenge ahead. But I think as a group, the opportunities are enormous. And procurement is critical to that whole process. We're employing 1.2 million people. We're now the second largest employer. We took over from retail because of the amount of closures and downside that movement of that industry to online, and still around about 9% of GDP. And as I mentioned before, that can be a lot better if we're more prudent about what we buy and where we buy it from. The other aspect is Australian standards are the lowest standard, which means that what's happened when you see the amount of defects coming out of buildings, one particular, no names, no pack drill, 18% of defects are imported product. Now those products are deemed compliant and conformance under Australian standards, but clearly they're not. So we have a view that we need a lot more when we procure products in terms of where it comes from and what is the specification. Without proper detailed specifications, we're going to keep going around in a circle where repair and maintenance is becoming an increasing cost of our buildings and infrastructure. That then leads to waste, and I can only guess it. If it's if I look at the amount of work that some of our members do, they're building surveyors, they do reparation work, and one building in Sydney, $24 million of defects in a building that costs $24 million. So if we look at waste with industry, procurement can play an important part in terms of the generated projects, and we need to now start using technology to measure those aspects. And the food industry, health industry, they've been through all this. It's not new. Industries are at different levels of their evolution. And I think the great thing about our industry is we've got a good pipeline, we've got a great willingness to do better. We just need to give them the tools, helped by procurement, to get to where we need to be 10, 20 years down the track. Our internal obligations, I won't go into a lot of detail. We do have international obligations. I've just bullet pointed some of them around, foreign-owned entities, alternatives, that is, just to import indirectly, joint ventures, direct investment. I won't go into those details, but we have a lot of choices, as well as local manufacturing, to build resilience around things that we have greater control of. And at the moment, we are at the mercy of other countries that have a vested interest in increasing their economic growth at the expense of manufacturing in, whether it's the US, the UK, Australia, other parts of Asia. That's how they'll achieve China will achieve their 4.5% economic growth. I guess in terms of examples, we see a lot of good things happening in sustainability. We see a lot of good things from suppliers, particularly in concrete with Boral, Holcim, and there's a fantastic company in Queensland. They're all moving to low carbon concrete. We see in timber there's a lot more rigour around the source of origin. So I think we can, as a procurement arm, we can certainly start setting the ground rules for more sustainably more, ethics around what we do. And we also find that globally, investors are now looking at, when they're funding a project in Australia, they look at our Green Star rating. So if we're trying to raise funds, if some of our members or developers are trying to raise funds to 100 million, the first thing, if a super fund's looking to invest, they'll look at Green Star. If it's not Green Star, to their satisfaction, they won't invest the money. So they're the global impacts that we're going to see more of, I think, over the coming years. And it's an opportunity for procurement to make sure that we understand the global impact, we understand the sourcing of products, we understand the value chain, not just the supply chain. And it has been mentioned that's going to be under an enormous amount of pressure. We've got freight containers quadrupling, tripling in price. We have so many aspects that are impinging on our industry, but we need to step back and say, how can we do it better? Okay, it's probably 1 or 2 years away, but the sooner we start, and this is why this is a great initiative in our view, that we can start looking toward the future, but having a look at the globe, looking at what people are doing, where we're living and working, what we're going to need in terms of railroad transport, freight, and move toward what we call a better state. I'll just finish up. The other area that we're passionate about is women as professional builders. You can read all the statistics. The problems are really they go back to secondary school. They go back to girls in years 12. You have parents who don't recommend construction to their children. It's finance or law. We have an education, the research that's come out of Victorian Education Department says that there's a bias of male teachers in terms of the level of mathematics that their female students undertake. We then have a lack of promotion of our industry. We have a relatively poor image. Most of the media around construction is, deaths on site or scaffolding or terrible things. So as an industry, we need to support procurement and from the front end to say, okay, how can we make the industry more attractive? Women as professionals. We need to get more women into universities. Obviously, we accredit 16 of them with construction degrees, and into the workforce. The other, I guess, impediment is the retention. So in an industry that still has a lot of issues, we need to create an environment where it is attractive to a broad range of folk, regardless of age, gender or ethnicity. Around that is then the, I guess, commercial aspect. If we look at the research, I won't go into all the detail, but initial research from McKinsey said that there is a correlation between women professionals, and the women professionals are generally the ones that move into leadership roles, in terms of their leadership positions and the performance of a company. What WEGA did, which is a part of the Equal Opportunities Act, between Bankwest and Curtin University, did a study that actually quantified the commercial gains of businesses that had women in leadership positions, because that study looked at what the women actually did, and the results were quite phenomenal. An increase in enterprise value of between 20 and 50 million for each enterprise. So that then said that research was causal. There was actually a commercial imperative in the industry employing more women and bringing them into leadership roles. So I've tried to be fairly brief, but I guess there's so much work to be done. I'd love to see this go to another stage where we came from a top level down from things that we're talking about, have agreement. We won't disagree on everything, but the AIB would certainly welcome the opportunity to have further involvement, to bring in, I guess, different views, but bring in rigour around what we do, where we're doing it, how we're doing it, but importantly, how we can make sure the construction industry is a go-to industry, is a survivor, it's profitable, and employs more people, economic value, and I guess a beacon for other industries to look up to and say, well, look, that industry went through some pretty harsh times, but they've come out the right side. I probably won't go on a lot more, but I'd like to leave some time for questions or anything, or my colleague John to comment on. John's been in the trust for 40 years. He lives and breathes what we're talking about. But we would certainly love to go to another stage where we can distill these thoughts and concepts down into doable things that see a much more effective and efficient procurement practice within government-funded projects. But I would. Are there any questions at all before? I wouldn't like to sign off without any questions or people that had queries.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dutt. Yes, we actually generally ask for a brief opening statement, but yours has been very comprehensive. And I often say, well, if you make a very comprehensive statement, there probably won't be any questions. But John, do you have anything to add initially before we go to questions? We have a bit of a problem there. Mr. Dart, just to pick you up on a couple of things which I think were central to our inquiry.
Yes.
And we've been pursuing this tension between lowest price and real value for the whole of life of various infrastructure projects. And you talked about going to the lowest price for imported products, and I've had first-hand experience with this.
Okay.
Anybody who's built anything, where you ask for a certain product and it doesn't perform as you would expect, And then that results in great cost. And the example you gave was $24 million of repair work needed for a $24 million project because of what was provided. But it seems that same mentality has blighted our procurement, where we have done the simplest thing, going for the lowest price. And that also trickles down to then the contractor is going for lowest price of materials that might not give the best value, because it's not just getting the thing built, it's getting it built for a purpose. And that purpose might be to provide transport, if it was a railway line, for a very long period of time. So the question is, we have put our sovereignty at peril by denuding our capability in some of these areas and relying on the imported product. And now we have to seem to go through a process of developing local industry to build that sovereign security again, build our capacity, and build our skills. And procurement and the mandating of such might be a very good place to start. Could you comment on that thought? Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, look, I think you're spot on, and I'll use an example. Aluminium commercial windows, 80% are imported. We used to have, I think, 8 manufacturers. I think we now have 2. And aluminium windows for residential is a bit different because they're small, high volume. We're okay there. But to your point, yes, we need to rebuild that capability, because what is happening is we're losing that skill. And we have made ourselves vulnerable. The other interesting point, and you're spot on, we have probably 50 builders at least who all have their own sourcing programs from China, and they all think they do it better than anybody else. And I can tell you they don't. So we don't even have a collaborative group within the construction industry that knows which factory to go to. And it's not, you can't blame the factory. You've got to blame the people that firstly say, look, I'm not going to pay $24 for an Assa Abloy lock. I can get a similar looking one for $5, landed FOB. But then you look at where they go, and I've been guilty of moving factories to China in my consulting days, but it's always been around having quality control, going to the right factory, and having a specification sheet. So you might find that, to your point about value, you might find the difference between a product that's sourced out of China from a really good factory, German machinery, etc., etc. If I use a Locken example, might be $15 landed FOB against a locally sourced product at $24. But then when you add in the factors about quick response, you can, guess what, you can return it, you can get your money back. It then closes the gap, and then you look at what that $8 contributes to the local economy, and in the overall cost of the building, it's not a lot. And if I can use that as an example, it's a matter of where we can manufacture locally, we can be competitive, because once you convert that $10 billion of product into local manufacturing, it alters the price. It gives our local manufacturers more quantity, more volume, and more efficiencies. So I think it's I think it's an extreme. It's a good point you mentioned. I think it's an area that we can certainly pay a lot more attention in, and start off in small bites. Start off in some of the areas where we still have the capability, we have the capacity, and with more volume, we could do some wonderful things. I'm sorry if I've gone about it in a long way. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. It seems that it is an important part of procurement, that it is engaging with, and the numbers you gave were very interesting, that what is the value of that extra $8 to our economy when we are producing industry capability, employment, the money stays here, the added value of being able to return something or get it repaired, because it's a domestic product is very important, adds value other than just the initial price, which might have further costs down the road. So I think that is an important thing. You did mention high-speed rail in your opening remarks for the purposes of settlement and easing, as I would understand it, easing the congestion of our major cities or the demand of immigration from our major cities and spread that more strategically. It would seem that the thing that has failed, and we have evidence in previous inquiries, that it adds an extra $3 billion each year that we failed to secure the corridor. So I wonder whether we couldn't procure the corridor. But also, when we look at this project, there is any number of other issues. One issue is when we retrofit infrastructure into our major cities, and the planning that goes around that is one thing. But when we seek to strategically decentralize and you're going to create new cities, there is all sorts of projects that have to be undertaken and procured. And you would imagine there should be expertise developed in that. So if you're going to produce a new city with high-speed rail connectivity outside of Goulburn, you've got to produce your station, you've got to produce your medical facilities, your hospitals, your schools, and everything else. And so there's all sorts of procurement, but it's literally the same team would be involved to do that as to produce a new town in the Gosford-Ourimbah area or in the area between Newcastle and Maitland or outside of the ACT that would be connected by this high-speed rail. So could you give me your thoughts on how we master plan procurement? We know what needs to be done, but also how should it be structured within our government organisations?
I think one of the large transport companies is actually buying land through along that railway line at the moment. I think the first thing is pick the areas, and I've reports I've previously done for various companies that uses a major station out of Parramatta through to Goulburn, probably 40 minutes on a very fast train from Goulburn through to Seymour, and then Seymour to Melbourne into a hub at Tullamarine. So I think the first thing is to plan where we want to go. The reason I chose Goulburn, which is and Seymour, is that they're accessible. They don't have large populations. The land's cheap, and they're within 40 minutes, 50 minutes at the most of a major region. Parramatta, one in particular, which is now one of the, I think, the 8th largest economy in Australia, certainly up there. So I think the first thing is to pick the land, whether it's through Newcastle, Maitland, whether it's through Goulburn Sea. But the first thing is to look at where people are moving to, and where we would like them to. If we look at Melton, which is the fastest growing LGA in Australia, 1.7 million people will be there in a decade. It will be the size of South Australia. So that's the area from Footscray through to Ballarat. And so if we look at, and I spent a lot of time clearly on demographics, but if we look at where people are going and what we can do from infrastructure, maybe we take the low-hanging fruit and say, okay, that's already happening there. But where else can we see as growth corridors and alleviate the point you made is very relevant. There's probably 200,000 people you could not relocate, but alleviate from Sydney, and another 200,000 to 300,000 from Melbourne through urbanisation, through that development. But I think the first thing is to pick, and it'd be a great project to work on with you, to pick which is the best corridor to start with, to have a starting point and say, okay, let's do a viability study on that project and look at what's needed, what highways are already there, what infrastructure is there in terms of sewage, water, electricity, and what we need to do to make those livable mini cities. And we can do that. That hasn't worked in Europe because they don't have the, we have the tyranny of distance. They don't have that benefit where we can set up regional hubs. We have got the relatively flat land, and in my opinion, the ability to set the infrastructure to have people in close proximity to where they work or where they may be working. I think the other opportunity for infrastructure through to regional, what I call urbanisation, the point you made before, is to set up hubs. So you might set up a technology hub in Goulburn, which is world's best practice. Yeah, we've got a long way to go, but in terms of construction, building information management is becoming critical. So we might set up a Silicon Valley, I'm making things up, Silicon Valley in Goulburn. So there's a lot of things we can do if we think about what we need to do to capitalise on the increasing propensity for people to leave the cities, and what we can do to capitalise on the land we have that's socially and economically viable. And I think the first thing is to pick a region. There's a lot of ways we can do to pick what the best place would be.
Yes, a lot of planning needs to be done, but some of the advice we've had is before any plans are made, that the current value of the land should be determined, on which any charges might be made, which the various state governments are looking at windfall taxes for land that's rezoned or impacted by infrastructure, which is a critical part of funding. Now, who do we have online? Is Luke back?
No, Joe's here, John.
Oh, good. Joe, could you go ahead, please?
Thanks, John. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and zero in. You mentioned women in the industry, and this has been a topic that has come up quite frequently. And with a background in education, I think our best way through this, as you say, negative perception, is actually around the gender pay gap, because I think the lack of women in building specifically sits at the heart of that gender pay gap, and that the sales pitch, if you like, to girls of school age is absolutely around their earning capacity in this industry. So I'd encourage you to head that way. But thank you for the presentation. Most of what you said has been music to my ears as someone who represents the outer suburbs of Melbourne. So
great. No, it's a great. No, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. And we've actually got a project up and running. It's called Girls in Construction, where we're looking to fund a full-time resource starting off in Melbourne, which targets 20 girls' schools, years 9 to 12. And to try to, whether it works or not, we really have to do something. It's a terrible blight on our industry, to be honest, Joanne. And we're certainly, as an industry.
We've actually had a pilot run locally here by Tradesmen Australia around getting girls into trades, and of course the timing collapsed into COVID, which limited it. But yes, the uptake has been absolutely phenomenal. Not just girls, but girls particularly from refugee backgrounds. It's been amazing. Yeah. So I think they're keen. I think we just have to push through, as you say, that parental attitude that sees it as a man's world. I think girls are absolutely capable in the industry. And in fact, those that go into the industry, if our public hearings have been anything to go by, we've had a fantastic representation of women at the top of the industry talking to us across the last few weeks. So more power to your arm, any projects you want. And if you're looking for somewhere to do a pilot like that, head out to Werribee and have a chat to Wyndham City Council, because they're very keen.
So who should I speak to there, Joe?
The CEO's name is Stephen Wall, and he's a new CEO and interested in all sorts of new ideas out here.
And he's at Werribee, did you say?
Yeah, he's at Wyndham City Council, yeah.
Oh, that's great. No, that's good. No.
Yeah.
I will follow up on that because it's really important for us as an industry body to, I mean, even our membership, we've got to really do a lot more, and we're committed to that. So I really appreciate that, Joe, and I'll get on to that.
Thank you.
And Melissa, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. That was great. When I've been with manufacturers and construction people over the last couple of days, and there's two very clear things which you'd know as well that are issues. One is around supply chain and the disruption to supply chains with COVID, and the other is around workforce. So I want to reflect what Joe said as well, and completely agree. But in broadening that, so how we go about on a broader scale attracting more women in. One woman I met yesterday, she came into industry after having kids. She always wanted to do it when she was younger, but then she changed and then came back. But that's just one person of many, and it seems like a bit of an unusual situation as opposed to being the norm, which is what we want it to be. And then also the issue around attracting all young people into trade, which is something that comes up often, that we're struggling a lot. So if we're had this issue before migration stalled, we're having this issue even more now. How do we, I guess my question is, how do we fast track this stuff? I think we talk about it a lot, but we need to really get onto it and make it move a lot more quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point. I think we need to, with the TAFE systems starting, I guess, to deliver more, and I think largely it's, and where we're probably going to face no population growth and an ageing population, we really need to. I know it sounds brutal, but we really need to take young folk from other industries, to attract them into construction. I mean, construction. I mean, it's bigger than surgery. I mean, the amount of components and parts you have to deal with, put together, repair, it's enormous. And to your point, I think we as an industry need to maybe collaborate, put some, maybe seek some seed funding from jurisdictions to better promote our industry. I had a similar thing with the timber industry not long ago, where timber, every time you saw timber 2 decades ago, it was Bob Brown, God bless him, standing in front of a bulldozer. But what you see now is trees, you see absorption of carbon, you see them being planted. It's really a different image, and it may take some time, but to your point, we need to make the industry more attractive to our younger folk.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about sovereign capability and having intense focus on this, and the procurement, looking at our increased procurement of Australian products and money to Australian companies, and we can't do this without a heavy focus and investment across, industry, government, everyone involved in ensuring that young Australians are taking up these trades.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And more
Thanks
incentives for employers.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Thanks for your support, and hope to speak again.
Melissa, are you all done?
Yes, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
And thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. We are out of time. The committee secretary will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing, and we certainly would appreciate if you have anything else that you would like to send to us in the form of correspondence. That would be most welcome. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And again, thank you very much for attending and giving your time today. I now suspend proceedings. We will resume at 1:30. For today's hearing, for the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
I'll go first. My name is Michael James. I'm an Associate Director of North Projects, currently based out of Hobart.
My name's Andrew Devery. I'm an associate with North Projects and I'm currently based in Darwin and Melbourne.
I'm Matthew Evans from North Projects, working as a consultant, and I'm currently based in Melbourne.
Very good. Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they must set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of I'll do the introductions. I'll give a brief introduction to North Projects, really to provide some context as to our perspective in responding to the items within the terms of reference of the inquiry. North Projects is a privately owned Australian company with a national footprint. We specialise in providing infrastructure advisory services direct to the states and to private companies. We operate in transport, roads, rail and utilities infrastructure, as well as social infrastructure, schools, hospitals across Australia. We have live projects currently across Australia and in New Zealand. Some notable projects include our involvement in several PPPs, such as Lenders Technical Advisor on North East Link Melbourne. We're financial certifier for Westgate Tunnel in Melbourne. New Footscray Hospital as Lenders Technical Advisory with Plenary, and several highways projects for Transport for New South Wales, and a number of special activation precincts for Department of Regional New South Wales as cost and constructability advisors, just to be brief. So as a private sector participant in building projects, our submission to this inquiry has touched on some of the terms of reference, which we can discuss further here today. So I'll hand it back to the Chair to ask questions.
Don't know whether to put my glasses on or off. It appears I can read better with them on now. Thank you for that, and thank you for your submission and appearing today. One of your comments is about infrastructure pipeline and supply, and you say that government needs to realign immediate funding priorities with long-term pipeline and assess projects in light of major supplies and skills shortages. Could you elaborate on that? Because this has been a recurring theme that it appears that in the past, the adversarial nature of the tendering process and the seeking of lower cost has actually not been advantageous, in that we have then imported all sorts of materials and products that previously may have been built here. And so therefore we have weakened our national sovereignty, our sovereign security, and this would appear to be needing to be rebuilt, and that the procurement processes might be an important factor in this. So could you elaborate on that situation, as we are going into this period of spending a lot of money on infrastructure? We'll need to procure lots and lots of projects, and that the opportunity probably exists to build sovereign security through the building of local supply industry and supply chain. So could you comment further with your personal experience on those issues?
Matt or Andrew, do you want to take that? Otherwise, Chair, we may need to take that question on notice. That was a topic that was of particular particularly close to Eddie Aitken, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here today.
Any other comment regarding that
Apologies,
problem
nothing
that
to add
we're
from
facing?
myself.
I'm sorry?
Nothing to add from myself.
Okay. Then let's go to some practices and alternate models. The government should establish a working party to independently review national and state procurement practices to redefine delivery models. Would you comment on that and expand on that, please?
This is something that I'm particularly interested in, and that is in relation to alternative procurement models, particularly with reference to international examples. Our proposition really is that the future model for buildings procurement needs to be an enabler for the convergence of design, manufacturing, and assembly. Now, this really applies to the building sector rather than the civil sector. So we often, in our role as project managers, will formulate the project procurement strategy with the objective to bring together design, cost, time, all governed by a suitable form of a works contract and all of its various liabilities. So, notable is the ever-increasing intelligence of design and engineering, particularly the development of digital models, digital twin, the ever-increasing cost of professional indemnity insurances, moving into fabrication, assembly, and works execution, all of which typically happens in a more traditional, slower to move, disaggregated supply chain. So we see duplications in cost, which is a constant challenge to optimize. And typically it's the tier one contractor with the balance sheets who are in a position to accept the cost of that risk transfer and the level of liability, particularly on mega projects. So we see the potential is to unlock more opportunity. We can do more to set ourselves up as an industry to take better advantage of the upsides. For example, one of the new economies in the Middle East where I've spent time have mandated sustainability, building information models and additive manufacturing, 3D printing into codes for construction. These now exist in legislation, which in turn drives the local industries to becoming early adopters of new technologies to remain compliant. And this in turn then provides the investment confidence into tooling up these new manufacturing and construction industries. So bringing together of the front-end design with manufacture and assembly in a single continuous process is the future prospect of public sector construction. So the current hurdles that facilitate this form of contract that recognise this eventuality, particularly in dealing with the liability of design and intellectual property, the ownership of design, particularly in digital models, as the risk is transferred from design to construction. At present, we see separate ownership and liabilities for digital design and construction, 3D construction model cost through duplication of liabilities insurance plus unnecessary risk pricing. The insurance industry is the only winner in this situation. And so the alliance form of contract, which has been in use for many years in Australia, is a good risk shared model and is a good place to start as an enabling form of contract. We see the opportunity really is dots across developing an enabling regulatory framework, the design and engineering, intellectual property chain, liabilities, insurances, and the form of contract. And potentially consideration could be given to forming a working party drawn from government, tertiary sector, tech industry, insurers, and legal advisors to scope a future-focused contracting model to drive an outcome that will provide a solid baseline for investment certainty in the industry, bring smaller, smart specialists to participate in the larger projects, and attracts the next generation into a new look, smarter construction sector and to realise a smarter Australian construction industry. So that's a long-winded sort of explanation of what we see the opportunity, and it's really around joining the dots between what's possible technically these days, what the industry seeks to optimize through new technologies, and the current constraints around the form of contract, insurance, and bringing all those together with a form of contract that enables those benefits to be reaped. So that's the proposition in a nutshell.
Thank you. Luke, are you there?
Yeah, g'day, John, I'm here. Thanks very much for the submission. It's a general question, I guess, but just an opportunity to focus on the number one recommendation that you'd have, either of you would have for our inquiry. What would it be the most important recommendation, do you think, as far as government procurement goes and getting more bang for our buck for the taxpayer?
I might talk to that, and it probably goes directly on from what Michael just said, but might be slightly biased because we might all have a slightly different tweak given the terms of reference we responded to. But I would say the governing contract, if we take on board what Michael's just said and we look at the traditional contracts used across a variety of sectors, but they procure similar items. If you take the alliance contract, and I support Michael's earlier words around that, and go back to where we look at something like a lump sum, which it gives you greater price certainty, but not necessarily better deliverables. And then part of the submission that I proposed was that there's positions in the middle where we use managing contractor arrangements, and the basis is, I think the highest priority is a contract that supports greater collaboration, less adversarial approaches, and allows, rather than, for example, if we were to take a recent large government contract on an international basis where that's been quite public in the news, where we shifted from one type of machine to another type, rather than let it grow. And that's just something that we're required to do, that since that original idea came to procure particular things for Australia, something has evolved and we've needed to procure something that's more updated and current, that will take us further into the future. And I think that only comes from a less adversarial and a more collaborative approach to contracting. And despite the nature, the proposal intent of a contract, if you like, being by agreement, our traditional lump sum is more adversarial, and the terms that are by agreement get a little bit lost. So I think anything, as a highest priority, anything that is more collaborative is going to produce better outcomes for the government. And sometimes it's a different risk profile that you're sharing, but it certainly also allows a broader range of contractors to come on board. For example, as Michael said, sometimes it leaves us hamstrung by only the people that have the balance sheet to support and pay for that risk. So yeah, I think the number one priority for me would be a more collaborative contracting in the actual contract wording of the contract.
Thanks very much.
Are you suggesting there that in order to stimulate and encourage innovation, that when we are seeking expressions of interest for people to respond and tender, that we probably should have a standard form of an encouragement of non-compliant responses, so they're not handcuffed within a certain paradigm, that might give more creative responses that have greater levels of innovation, rather than okay, well, you've called for this, so we'll do this, and have a form of sort of malicious obedience when they actually know better. But government, you're telling us to do this, so we'll do this. But and in a good, healthy, collaborative engagement, this would be free flowing. But then I guess there's also a problem if you've got one responding with that. How do you protect that one's intellectual property and innovation? There's a bit of a discussion there. It's not so much a question, it's just opening up a discussion if you can.
Oh, look, that's a brilliant question. And it does go to the heart of it, where there's boundaries crossed between what is the IP, or what is it that we're trying to procure, and how are we going to govern that by a contractual sense. And I think I'm unaware where anyone has ever signed up to a contract and basically given nothing for a sum of money. And so I think if you look at the risk of opening up more innovation in a contractual sense. So one of the items that of different jurisdictions that I put in our submission was around the use of defence contracts. And defence contracts call for 100% compliance of the contract. And there is still, it is like the defence contracts are still like a midpoint between, say, a lump sum, traditional lump sum from the AS4000s, or moving to a completely collaborative target out turn cost, where the cost can go up and down a bit more. The defence contracts are a midpoint, so they set a budget, and that's like that's a fixed sum most of the time. But then they're allowed the scope to the contractors to rely upon the innovation in a design and construct context. And so they've signed up with almost 100% design. They've signed up a contractor, but that they've been developing that along the way. So the IP is still protected. So the contractor is decided upon earlier in the process, but they also are allowed to adjust the scope slightly in the contract and the terms of what's going to be delivered. And they still have the same checks and measures for what they get in return. And certainly defence, for example, is a position where technology is advancing at an incredibly fast rate, and they're able to deliver more in the end. They're able to deliver more than what they initially proposed. So that IP is protected in a sense from, say, the 30% design milestone, but it still allows good decisions to be made for better outcomes in the long run. That the value for money is represented by, if a technology is superseded, then they adjust to that, which also goes to what Michael said earlier. You'll find a similar thing with alliance contracting, that flexibility, but that will come often with a different regime to price control and cost management.
Melissa, are you there? Joe, are you there?
Chair, it's Andrew. I'm here, if I may.
Andrew, yes, please.
Thank you. One of the things, and thank you, gentlemen, for your submission and for your evidence. I guess one of the things I was very interested in was your suggestion that government should begin to train and educate third-party participants in projects, etc. We've heard a lot of evidence about perhaps lacking technical capacity within government, and I wonder if this is, in your mind, this is a similar way of achieving the same shared objective around quality procurement from all parties' perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to speak to this item. So in terms of third-party participants and related parties, so things like returned asset owners and regulatory authorities, these parties that have intrinsic involvement in the delivery of projects, but not necessarily are tied directly to their successful outcome. Through delivery on various projects, we've kind of seen the challenges that they can face, whether it be that they are hamstrung in terms of their capability. They just don't have the number of staff that are well experienced enough to be able to provide the skills that are necessary to successfully deliver whatever scope it is that they do have tied to that project. We definitely believe that there is improvements to be had, whether that be through some kind of training and development of the various third-party participants teams that are involved in these projects, or a further due diligence process in the initial stages and planning out, through the business case development of what are the involved third-party participants. Do they have the capability and the capacity to actually deliver in the timeline that's kind of been identified in which the project needs to be delivered? Some good examples that we've kind of seen on our various projects is where there might be a certain scope of works that are really tied to and interlinked with some of the associated scope that's required to be delivered by a third-party participant, particularly where we're looking at returned asset owners. So a good example here is when you're looking at civil work, say a road duplication, for instance, where there's certain utilities that might need to be rediverted, moved, or expanded in a certain fashion. But those works do need to happen before the follow-up critical works can happen to basically deliver the complete road duplication. Where these kind of problems arise is then where there might be capacity or capability constraints, where that third-party participant doesn't have any incentive or skin in the game, so to speak, in delivering to time and meeting whatever the project objectives might be. So then we kind of see a backwards trend of how contractors look to build in their own risk contingency to make sure those are delivered, whether it be through procuring them as early works or by allowing significant contingency in terms of time or reshuffling and rescheduling of their works to actually deliver it to schedule. Tying back to the education and training piece, the definite plus would be working out where there is deficiencies in some of these third-party participants and trying to help resource and educate, especially when you're getting into the complex kind of procurement processes, PPPs being a good example, where there are real ties to delivery on time, quite large liquidated damages where they don't deliver, and then when you get into the services side of things, the abatement regimes that come along with those. So I hope that kind of addresses the question.
No, it does. Thank you. That was really helpful. Thank you very much.
And just to briefly add to that, also occurs during design and the construction phase. Sorry, Matt, to add that, but the time penalties for not meeting time deadlines, third parties affect both design and construction, right across the life of the project.
That is a useful caveat for me, at least. I'm sure not for others. I've been thinking about the construction phase, but thank you for that.
Andrew, do you have another question?
No, that's good for me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Now, can you explore for me? You must have had some other thoughts that you would like to advise us on how we best proceed. We've canvassed a lot of what needs to be done, but we've get to the point of how do we do it? How do we put it in our government structure? How do we put it these better procurement practices in our departments? How do we align our federal Department of Infrastructure, for instance, with their state bodies and have that work its way down? How do we centralise a bank of knowledge that can be more readily accessed, because a lot of the infrastructure is engaged with by the states, but albeit it might be somewhat funded by the federal government. So we've got some skin in the game and some desire to get best results. But it seems that there's a litany of history of duplication. And do you have any suggestions how you might put into place in practical way within our departments, within using the cabinet process that's been put in place? Is there a way of invigorating that to achieve this a better result in procurement?
Michael, did you want to go that? I'm happy to start.
Yeah, do you want to go first, Andrew? Then I'll pick it up. Yeah,
sure. Look, this is probably the toughest question. From my position, I think there's certainly a clear framework required. However, when I say a clear framework, given the nature of the projects that we're discussing, I think there needs to be a certain amount of flexibility. And I think what we need is more a framework that allows a project-specific contract and procurement route. And for as an example, and I believe I actually cited similar in the submission, if you were to take a rail project, the building component of the sleepers and the tracks, etc., is something that we've done for a very long time, and we clearly know that we put the ballast, the sleepers, and a couple of chunks of steel on top, and we run the train. But if you take the part of a project where we have seen and we're continuing to see innovation, but we're also seeing a massive gap. So if you take a train out to the regional areas, you'll find that there's parts of Australia that are still virtually doing it on a phone system. And if you go to the newer inner city, you're seeing that they've got this digital signalling system. There's 2 points I would make to that. One, for some of that type of technology, we are forced into getting technical skills and knowledge from overseas, which talks back to the sovereignty question we took on notice. But we're also, what we're seeing is that that almost needs, within one project, almost needs a boutique part of a contract to deal with that. So the track, for example, might be suited to something that's more towards a lump sum, because we basically know everything that needs to happen for that train line, with the exception of a few environmental issues, etc. But for the signalling, and if we were to consider also that it might be upgrades to rolling stock because they've got onboard systems that the trains now need to run, etc., etc. We're talking about one project that contains almost two entirely different needs. And so whilst it needs to be a framework, I think project specific, we need to have an allowance to assess the projects with some flexibility. We shouldn't necessarily seek to go an entire project is all an alliance, all a managing contractor, or all a lump sum. I think there needs to be some consideration that a contract becomes blended to better manage that and secure value for money.
Thanks, Andrew. I'd just like to add to that, and I think that there's a real opportunity for federally the government to take a leadership position by directing like a top-down approach to legislate or mandate smart codes that join the dots between thinking about liability and ownership of digital models used for construction as it moves from construction into manufacture, into assembly, sustainability, additive printing, which is really evolving now. Like in the construction industry, there's air conditioning ductwork that can be printed using 3D printers. This will become more and more prevalent going forward as that technology matures. And I think the way to give the industry confidence to invest in it is for these matters to be regulated and have codes that are driven and led by government and regulatory frameworks for these things, so that there is the private sector stimulus to invest and spend. And I think that's going to be key to the knowledge economy going forward. There's so many great examples of that in other sectors that are doing it well. Construction industry historically and typically are slow to respond because they are project focused, looking for best for project outcomes, which of course is natural, and we should always aim for that. But we also want a best for industry outcome, and a best for the Australian economy and the best for the future for young Australians. And I think that with leadership vision in terms of structuring a regulatory process that integrates the thinking across contracts and what technology, the opportunity for what technology can now deliver and will continue to deliver in the future. I think that's something that's relatively untapped space, and then I think that's the opportunity.
Yes, we've heard that comment often, that we're sort of project focused, that a lot of the infrastructure is ad hoc, piecemeal, and that we have a great need to have longer term major project pipelines that would enable us, especially at this time, to try to increase our sovereign security, to build our domestic industries. And rather than just for the sake of a project, take the cheapest price of some import, whereas a longer term view would say, which should be probably a federal responsibility that we should not remove ourselves from, to develop local industry, which might have an appearance of a greater cost. We had an example earlier that one product, I think, was going to be $24 if it was the domestic product was bought, and $18 if the import was bought. But when you looked at the benefit of the money staying in our economy, and that supplier would have the chance to grow and get to a critical mass where they could have greater efficiencies, that we should be taking a longer term view, and that procurement has a role here to mandate and seek a value rather than just the lower price, which seems to have dominated a lot of our thinking. And we've been concentrating, so much of our conversations has been in achieving value, and the value of growing industry through mandating local content seems to be a very important issue. Would you agree on that, or be able to expand on that concept and how we might go about achieving that?
Yeah, thanks for that. That's a great. I'll go first if you like. Certainly, I think there's another test that should probably be applied to procurements, and picking up on that point, and that's around like the economics and social benefits test as an accessible component in evaluating tender proposals. And certainly some states already do that and weight that element within the overall assessment criteria and scoring system. Now, looking forward at what's going to be best for the industry going forward, that approach could be mandated as an additional criteria in assessing proposal. And I think that would be critically important to help support the Australian industry, not just on a state-by-state basis, but on a national basis. Do you have anything you wanted to add to that, Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I'll jump in there and add a bit as well, just in terms of local procurement. So one of the challenges we do kind of see, particularly when it comes to local procurement and social procurement and the various policies that are associated with them, is the difference that you kind of see and witness across state to state, each state having their own kind of local procurement policy or the like. And similarly with social procurement. From a supplier point of view, it does kind of add a bit of complexity when they are pricing and submitting tenders for packages of work. Where this can kind of be a bit challenging is, especially from national contractor base, we end up with a bit more siloed approach to each individual state. What would really benefit, in my eyes, is a more national kind of approach to those particular policies. So a good example being the local participation policy that's implemented in Victoria, where you've got different local content requirements depending on the type of services. So typically a 90% local content requirement for construction related works. So again, somehow tying this back to a national approach so that we can really tell and work out, what is the investment being placed in these projects across a national footprint, and ensure there's a national approach in terms of sourcing really the tender responses and making sure they kind of address the areas we want, and also implementing that to a wider kind of contestability assessment. So for example, going into the Victorian model, typically you'll have a contestability assessment undertaken, which will look and identify, what are the items that are locally sourced or available that will kind of contribute towards that 90% aim. And where that can kind of assist on a national footprint is then being able to tap into some kind of body of information that can tell us easily, okay, there's a lot of projects that are sourcing this particular uninterrupted power supply system, which means we're going to have potentially constraints on supply. And that information being able to tie in quite well together and help us work out where there are perhaps gaps in the market, in the industry, within Australia, where there can be growth kind of supported from a federal or even local state level. The other part to that is the social procurement aspect. So Victoria's got a social procurement policy in place, which typically applies to a lot of projects nowadays. And that as well could quite benefit from a more national approach that kind of identifies what are the key aims that the government or a certain sector has in achieving. And then that's kind of standardized across a national footprint, really. So yeah, to tie that all together, it would really benefit from having a national oversight, not just in terms of policy, but also in terms of collecting information, being able to make strategic decisions in which areas of the market do we need to help kind of prioritize and develop further. Andrew, did you have anything to add?
Only that I agree with both you and Michael.
Okay. Now, is there anything else that we may not have asked you that you would like to contribute?
There's nothing specifically that I want to raise. Would you guys have anything you'd want to raise?
I would only add that it's a large task ahead of you, and I think more discussion and collaboration with people that deliver the projects would greatly benefit. That we, like the 5 authors of our submission, we were quite excited at the opportunity to have a say, having all of us having had significant experience on infrastructure projects. You get to see the strong parts and the weaker parts. So more discussion and continued improvement, I think, will benefit everyone. And we'd be more than willing to participate in that.
And probably the only other thing to add is if there are any other follow-up questions, or if you're looking for some more responses on notice, we'd be happy to do that and provide that, Chair.
Thank you, we would certainly appreciate that. And I think that the message that's coming through time and again is that the idea of collaboration to replace the adversarial nature, the low price being replaced with value, looking more deeply into it, the government needing to increase its capacity and its expertise to engage genuinely when they are contracting on behalf of the taxpayer. And hopefully that this transparency and collaboration would lead to higher levels of trust and goodwill and better results, better outcomes. I think that's a fair summation, is it?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. And there's many who disagree with me, but nice to have some agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, thank you. And if there is further information that you'd like to provide to us in writing, that would be appreciated. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretary will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And thank you again for appearing.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much appreciated. And now I think the Secretariat has told me not to go to a break,
Chair, we will need the break. We're still gathering witnesses, so we will take the break.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll text me when you're ready to crack on.
Affirmative.
I love that military talk. We'll take a break then. Thank you. Will be a panel discussion on sustainability and renewables. We have representatives from 3 groups participating. Benefit of Hansard, I ask representatives to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Shane Yenish, CEO at Tindo Solar.
Patrick Hastings, the Chief Delivery Officer, Infrastructure Sustainability Council.
Katie Dean, Policy Advisor representing Green Building Council of Australia.
Thank you very much. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they should set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. I now invite Infrastructure Sustainability Council of Australia to make an opening statement.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. The Infrastructure Sustainability Council is a membership-based not-for-profit organisation that represents the infrastructure sector as far as it pertains to sustainability. We own and run the IS rating scheme, which is a set of rating tools that provide benchmarks or standards for the infrastructure sustainability on how they perform. The IS rating scheme was recognised as both the most comprehensive and rigorous rating scheme in the infrastructure sector by Stanford University in a paper implemented by Guggenheim and WWF in 2018. In that same paper, it was called out that the procurement practices of the public sector in Australia are globally leading. This was based on 2 things. The first one was the procurement of rating schemes within the procurement practices, particularly of the state government. But secondly, also recognising the commitment from state governments towards sustainability, and that falls into the GBCA space, which I'll let them talk to. In terms of sustainability itself, we undertook a study in 2019 that demonstrated that the utilisation of rating schemes across the infrastructure sector delivered between $1.60 and $2.40 return on investment for infrastructure undertaking an IS rating. This is above and beyond the usual multipliers or economic benefits you would expect of economic infrastructure.
That was a very conservative estimate that really took into account only those areas that were easy to monetize and didn't include any externalities that infrastructure or economic infrastructure can deliver. In terms of procurement practices across Australia, there are two areas of effect, of course, that should be raised. The first one is that procurement differs quite and varies quite significantly across different jurisdictions. This has quite significant knock-on effects, not just to the outcomes and opportunities that are delivered in each jurisdiction, but more broadly also impacts supply chains and the ability of supply chains to adjust, adapt, and deliver improvements. The second area is also in terms of collecting and standardising metrics so that we have a better understanding of our infrastructure. And by standardising or improving our procurement practices or centralising some of our thinking around procurement practices, we will be able to accelerate and improve sustainability outcomes more broadly across the business. I think as an opening statement, that pretty much sums up where we are.
Thank you. I now invite the Green Building Council of Australia to make an opening statement.
Thank you so much for having us here today, and it's such a pleasure to be part of this session. And as Patrick referenced, the Green Building Council absolutely works so closely together with the Infrastructure Sustainability Council, so it's great to be in the joint session. From our opening remarks, we really welcome the opportunity to provide our submissions to the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Infrastructure, Transport and Cities inquiry into procurement practices for government-funded infrastructure. We absolutely acknowledge that infrastructure projects are gradually changing in their size and complexity, and new approaches are needed to planning and procurement for effective delivery. So in the Australian government, we're going to spend billions of dollars on procuring, developing and maintaining key infrastructure. But the thing to think about is these are locked in for enormous generations, for a large number of generations. So when we think about the investments we're making, we ideally would like to have a double investment, one to fulfill their intended short-term focus, but also the long-term impacts that they lock in from a community perspective. So governments are already placing an enormous focus on reducing operating costs and whole of life costs. However, there's such an opportunity when we look at planning and future-proofing in this space. But there's very varied requirements for sustainability investment across Australia. A more consistent approach in planning and assessing is really critical. And whilst sustainability is implied in most jurisdictional frameworks, very few actually require a very specific and robust sustainability assessment process, sort of amplifying what Patrick was referencing with the infrastructure sustainability rating or our own Green Star rating. And so quite often the stated goals of the policies are to improve economic productivity, sustainability and quality of life. However, what we see in practical terms is sometimes in procurement, things ask for best endeavours outcomes rather than detailed specific requirements. And often in practice, that means no checking whether things actually occurred and can lead to unintended consequences where they're value engineered out of the process, which often leads to the initial intent not being undertaken. We would say that resilience is another critical factor when it comes to planning and assessing in Australia's infrastructure. And over the last 18 months, we've learned a lot about our vulnerability, whether it's Australia's disastrous 2019-2020 bushfire season or the global shocks of the pandemic. And a common mistake that's made by government has been identified in the Productivity Commission's report into things like natural disasters and how we recover in 2015. The report said that we often overinvest in remediation at the expense of mitigation, and looking at assessments in that area, any dollar that we spend in the future saves about $7 in remediation work. So there's a real focus on planning up front. the extent to which our assets can adapt and embed resilience against future shocks really changes our efficacy and our productivity. And so communities need to feel confident that projects are thoroughly risk assessed for future mitigation. So the need for best practice decision making for economic and social impacts of infrastructure has absolutely never been greater. And the GBCA believes that the government, armed with a mandate to act decisively, should be a real focus in this area. Now, the good news out of this is the Australian government has already done an excellent work in gathering together solutions and reviews, for example, through the Building Up and Moving Out inquiry, and Infrastructure Australia is already doing excellent work to provide best practice guidance for decision makers. So I think there's a real opportunity to take some of these detailed findings from these reviews and actually assimilate them so we can take some of these items and turn them into practice. There's a real opportunity for the Australian government to move quickly in implementing and embedding the captured recommendations, advice and guidance to gain widespread benefit as soon as possible. We can't afford the opportunities to pass us by. And now, in a final couple of points before I hand over to my colleague Katie Dean to make a few short remarks, I'd note that procurement is often easier when it's of scale. This is something that both the Infrastructure Sustainability Council and the Green Building Council have discovered. It's really hard to do one school, but when you seek to embed practices at scale and change your procurement pathways, it's actually far more cost effective putting a pathway across an entire pipeline of projects. So that's something that we found with certain state-based jurisdictions such as Schools Infrastructure or Property New South Wales. And I think the thing that's incredibly exciting about this as an inquiry is for the Green Building Council, we absolutely had our genesis come from a major infrastructure project, the Sydney Olympics. And now ourselves and the Infrastructure Sustainability Council are actually looking to partner with Brisbane on the 2032 Olympics. So there's just huge opportunities that can be considered in this format. So Katie, I'll hand over to you to make a few key points from our submission, and then we very much look forward to being at this hearing.
Thank you, Davina. As Davina mentioned, there are already some amazing pieces of work that have been done by the Australian government. So she mentioned Building Up and Moving Out, which had some key recommendations that we would happily point to in our submission or discuss further in this hearing if you would like to. But I think that one of the key opportunities is that Australia is already well renowned for being a leader in sustainability. In particular, in our private sector, we've seen world leadership in terms of building shopping centres and hospitals and schools and a number of other sorts of social infrastructure provided by the private sector. And so we would encourage government to take those opportunities to work with the private sector and build those into their own procurement frameworks. There are examples from the states, such as the New South Wales government resource efficiency policy, which aims to reduce operating costs and lead by example in increasing efficiency of its resource use. And there are examples, as Davina alluded to, with the Brisbane Olympics and the commitment to green infrastructure there, and work that we are doing with departments of health and education around the country. There are also some great examples internationally about how procurement has been focused around sustainable and whole of life principles. So we would be happy to provide further detail about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Tindo Solar to make an opening statement.
Tindo Solar, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to participate in such an important discussion. A bit of a background regarding Tindo. Tindo Solar is Australia's only current solar panel manufacturer located in South Australia. We've been manufacturing solar panels in South Australia since 2011. And since that time, we've been challenged through competition with overseas imports, cheap imports. And it's really important at this time where being in an industry where we're, I guess, so reliant with the findings that have just come out of COP26 with governments all around the world understanding about the importance of climate change, that not only is our industry, it's $1 billion industry that we're involved in, but at the moment it's really important for us to assist government with not only our sovereign capability, increasing our capability to not only manufacture products like solar panels in Australia, but also the upstream manufacturing as well. So that's one side. Obviously, ethical and social procurement is obviously very big as well. In regards to our industry alone, 99.8% of solar panels that get installed and brought into this country come from overseas, which means that there's massive opportunities in Australia for emerging industries, even though it's a well-established industry and it's very critical to everything that happens regarding climate change. When it comes down to government procurement, Australian-made modules or Australian-made product often gets overlooked. It's often overlooked through price without understanding what the value proposition is with the locally made product. So it's really important for us that the government, when they're putting out their tenders and they're looking for procurement for their own assets or for community-run projects, that the process that they go through, they understand the full value proposition that Australian-made makes. It's not just about upfront costs; it's about end of life as well. We're very proud of the fact that our modules can compete with the best in the world. We offer a 25-year product warranty with our products. We've got the best failure rate in the world, yet the only government body that is comfortable with specifying and the procurement of our modules is the Defence Department, for different reasons. For me, just really excited to be part of the discussion and trying to get government to focus on that ethical social procurement, sovereign capability, industry capability. We have the ability to manufacture every component in Australia that goes into a solar panel, and pretty well goes into everything that we consume, and also making sure that those local content opportunities as well are in place so that we can compete on an equal playing ground and not just be always compared on price. That's what my opening remarks are. Thank you.
Thank you. And that certainly has been a recurring theme that all too often in the past we have been awarding government contracts solely on price, which is very easy to do. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out which is the lowest price, but more time spent in working out where the real value lies. And especially at these times when we have forfeited sovereign security for the sake of price at the cost of the development of local industry, and sometimes the extinction of existing local industry because they get priced out of the market when the full value equation hasn't been fairly examined. So I take that on board, and it's one of my oldest sayings is that a prophet has no honour in his own country, especially if he is Australian or she is Australian. But I think what we have here is a very, very important part of our inquiry, because more and more there is a focus that everything we do should have a serious consideration of what are the impacts on the environment and what are the impacts on an ongoing basis. I can remember I think it was the late 70s in the US, when there was a fuel crisis, the Carter administration put in all sorts of rules and regulations to reduce consumption of fuel, with mandating the consumption demands of car fleets and reducing speed limits to create greater efficiency. Buildings had to meet various efficiencies, and all sorts of things were put in under the EPA. And it would appear that for a different reason, one of the things that sometimes is lost these days is the need to efficiently operate our buildings to save fuel and reduce CO2 emissions, which is partly in the design of our buildings and then in how they are used. Where you actually set your thermostat for your air conditioning or your heating makes a huge difference. In the US, it was mandated that public buildings had to be set at 76 in the summer and 66 degrees Fahrenheit in the winter, rather than the Americans used to do it the other way around, which was very, very expensive. And the thoughts, as you were discussing, the concept of passive housing and whether that could be applied to other public buildings like schools, whether the constant problem that we have, which we addressed a lot in building up and moving out, was the retrofitting of infrastructure into existing cities. But then when looking at the opening up of new cities and smart cities and clean green cities, the fitting of the latest technologies. So I wonder if maybe Davina and Katie could talk to those opportunities looking forward and what can be put into our procurement practices to weave that thread of environment as often as possible. And even to things like there was some study made regarding that the building of certain rail systems was going to produce as much CO2 emissions as that would be saved in taking the planes out of the sky and having the trains run on clean renewables, which then would lead you to, is there the opportunity of producing green cement and green steel that would then address that situation, which would also happily for us also fortify the technology over taxes program of our government. The technology, if it reduced the emissions in producing cement or cement-like products and steel, and then deliver the efficiencies of clean powered trains over the emissions of aeroplanes, which is very hard to fix. So if you'd like to talk about those things, we'll make an open discussion. If anybody wants to chip in, I'll just sit back, relax, and let you do the driving. Thank you.
Well, I think, thank you so much for the question. I think the thing to note is that there is tremendous opportunity in this space. What we see across the sector is, the building side of the built environment uses up to 40% of the global carbon emissions. And that's because, there's two parts of this equation, even on the carbon side. One is the operational side, where we need highly efficient buildings powered by renewables. And then absolutely, as you note, on the embodied energy side, green concrete, green steel, alternates like timber. So the thing that I'd say is we're seeing enormous progress on each side. So at the moment, within the private sector, we have over 2,500 buildings signed up to net zero by 2030 in a global leadership program with the World Green Building Council. And that's identified by the UN Race to Zero as a front runner in the Race to Zero. But what's exciting to me is we're seeing a lot of these groups who GPT's Wholesale Office Fund delivered net zero, the first portfolio globally net zero last year, and they were saving $10 million a year to do this. So what we're seeing is there's a large number of technologies that exist both on the operational side. We're seeing huge development, and we're deeply engaged in building it in the material side, whether it's, the green hydrogen agenda, or we had the privilege to do some reviews with, the Cement Industry Foundation, the CCAA, as they looked at the concrete roadmap. In each of these cases, the technologies exist. What we need to do is build a business case to drive them faster. And government procurement is an enormous opportunity in that space, particularly on the infrastructure side. However, if we have procurement that is asking people to consider what is the best method of delivering mechanisms without having very explicit goals, targets and requirements, we note that some of those opportunities are being lost. Katie, would you like to expand on, a couple of our reviews of policies for different key areas that have been a focus?
Yeah, I think what we've already seen is that Australia is an amazing testbed for innovative technologies with more than 3,000 Green Star projects for a start. In terms of carbon mitigation, adaptation, energy modelling and sustainable design, wherever governments set those sorts of targets, they provide the certainty in the marketplace for that sort of development to happen, and we see huge progress being made. The technology does exist, but there needs to be certainty for the market to be able to really invest in the resources they need, the capabilities they need, the innovation and research they need to make the big leaps that will see embodied carbon drive down in Australia.
If I might just build on that, and Davina's really hit the nail on the head with a couple of those points. But from an infrastructure perspective, what we're seeing, obviously, with the very big dollars, and infrastructure serves as an enabler of 70% of emissions across Australia. And what we're seeing is quite a significant reduction in carbon, driven through sort of two areas. The first one is it being designed out, and the second is the performance of suppliers in terms of reducing carbon products. Where the barrier currently sits to accelerating that and seeing improvements sits predominantly with the mixed procurement practices that are occurring from a state-by-state perspective, and then also more holistically, the need for stronger policy in terms of what we're trying to achieve. The state-by-state differences in procurement practices gives a level of uncertainty in terms of investment for innovation and in terms of, I guess, longer-term certainty around behaviours, particularly within the supply chain, but also within the designers. And I think there's a real opportunity if we can shore up the thinking as well as the positioning of policy, which is, as I said, a long way ahead of a lot of nations in terms of our purchasing approach, and not necessarily in terms of our expectations. And I think there's a real opportunity sitting in there.
I totally agree, Patrick. And I just note that at this point, out of the 2,500 buildings that we have signed up for net zero by 2030, they're not government buildings. The technologies exist, they're being applied at scale. The other challenge we see in demonstrating the full value case is sometimes one agency pays and another entity would receive the savings. So, from the infrastructure delivery agency side, sometimes there's a challenge where $1 more is $1 more, as opposed to the more conventional item. If one, so for social infrastructure, if one entity is delivering a school and another entity is operating it, there's a split savings. And so I think we actually need to look structurally in business cases about how these things are enabled, because if we referred to should or consider and we haven't actually overcome these, what we see is less value delivered by public money, and we see a loss of opportunity. To your very specific point on materials, in the built environment, they're currently 15% of the emissions for buildings, but what we see is as the grid decarbonises and operational carbon comes down, those will blow out to being 85% of our emissions, hence the focus on the critical areas that you suggest of green concrete and steel. But the manufacturers, to Patrick's point, have to feel that there's long-term certainty in those cases, because those developments are going to come over years and decades. And so we often see supply chain, programs run out of different government groups, whereas we'd actually say long-term procurement strategies will actually be far more effective. And what we've seen is, you know, the enduring government procurement strategy, energy efficiency in government operations, has achieved its aims and then some, you know, by delivering a reduction of fuel use in buildings in that example. But those, we have a large opportunity to scale those across far more of the procurement and have far less of that patch quilt procurement that Patrick was describing.
Yeah, look, I'd like to agree, especially agree with what you said there, Davina, but also build on to something that the chair mentioned regarding cost versus benefit. You know, renewables are obviously going to play a big part in everybody's push for net emissions, you know, whether it be by 2025, 2030, 2050, depending on what horse you back. You know, we often get asked about that circular economy and what are we doing as an industry to stop landfill, you know, but quite often we see government procurement, again, we touch on price, but also through lack of understanding about that value proposition. And we're allowing government procurement to be done without consultation to industry, you know, and product in our industry, in particular in the solar industry, we see product coming in that is nowhere near getting end of life, you know, so you know, the carbon that it takes to build a solar panel, you know, I think it's 8 years out in the field operating before it actually pays itself back, you know, and it actually has an impact on the environment, you know. You know, I think it's also important that with procurement that not only consultants be advised, but you know, quite often you know, the industry that is directly involved. I mean, we're the only manufacturer you know, in Australia, yet you know, on a handful of occasions, only been just recently since the you know, since I guess the rhetoric around climate change has really started to increase, and as we moved into COP26, that we've actually had government bodies come to us and sit there and say, as the industry leaders, as the people that are out there, what can we do? And at the moment, when government procurement uses words like tier one as a measure of quality and sustainability and dependability, yet tier one in the solar industry has nothing to do with quality, has nothing to do with safety, has nothing to do with a value proposition, right? It's a bankability measure that our industry uses for utility scale projects. And you know, I think it's really, really important that government, with their whatever procurement practices that they look to move towards, that they involve, you know, the key people in industry, you know, and that needs to be a collaborative approach. You know, it can't just be done through independent consultation. You know, most renewable projects are very, very similar. You know, the size and the location and everything always differs, but you know, key practices and learnings need to be learnt, right? Instead of it keeps on going out to consultation and we keep on reinventing the wheel, you know, and it drives prices down, it drives quality down. And yes, the projects get done and yes, boxes get ticked and we move towards our net emissions. But if we have to redo it all again in 5 years because of the quality that we've chosen, because of the price constraints that we put ourselves under, right? Or the fact that we can't rely on some of our overseas imports anymore. You know, being the only manufacturer of solar panels, we have the ability to be audited any minute of the day. You know, open door policy, we can come in, so we can't take shortcuts. You know, but to try and put that into a value proposition in the procurement policy is very, well, it's impossible to do. You know, so a deeper dive when it comes down to looking for products, and especially when that product is only part of the solution as well. You know, we've had, you mentioned GPT before, because of their, and different big corporates as well in regards to their push for ethical and social responsibility and that circular economy, and what are you going to do with your waste, and what are you going to do, what's your environmental policies? You know, these are really, really critical, and rarely do they get looked at when it comes down to procurement, you know, and that's whether it be local, state, and I think, unfortunately, with government, and I saw this in one of the policy releases just recently, is that, you know, relying on business, private business like ours, right, and other businesses out there to drive policy change. You know, and it's like the tail's wagging the dog when it comes down to this procurement policy, from my perspective. Yeah, so yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just probably building on Shane's and Davina's point, if I can, a little bit, and that's sort of two parts to this. The first one, and I think IA is starting to make quite a bit of headwaves in this space, which is around a broader assessment of business cases than just the economics of it. This shift towards assessing business cases that are good. So what are the environmental, social, economic returns, as well as what is the governance around these projects? But also to Shane's point, the assessment of whole of life return on investment is absolutely fundamental, particularly when we talk about economic infrastructure. When we're talking 50 to 100 years, these assets will be around. We really do need to start thinking more holistically around what is best bang for buck and what is going to be future-proofed, not just from a resilience perspective, but from a social perspective and an economic perspective. And Katie, I apologise, I think I cut you off by jumping in there. So I'll hand over to you. I just got a bit of...
No, I was laughing actually, Patrick, because I was going to make the same point about Infrastructure Australia. They're driving a really strong agenda, and it's very exciting to see some of the state agencies for infrastructure coming along with them and referencing Infrastructure Australia's reports and audits in their own development and renewal of their own infrastructure strategies. So I think we need to see more of that, and we need to see support for those, and we need to see them being implemented in actual procurement frameworks wherever possible. And then throwing back again to the amazing report, Building Up and Moving Out, the points that Shane was making around tier 1 suppliers, that was a recommendation within that report actually, I think, recommendation 34, but that was around looking at independent development corporations to undertake some of these projects and to look specifically at tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers to undertake that work, because it can be done locally, and the points that Shane made, you know, the tier 1 doesn't necessarily guarantee you the quality or the outcomes that you're looking for. So I think in respect to reports like Building Up and Moving Out, but many of those recommendations were agreed to by the Australian government in principle. So we would just, I guess, advocate for them being implemented as swiftly as possible so we can see those procurement outcomes coming through as soon as possible, and to Davina's point, not missing any opportunities.
Luke, would you like to lead the conversation now, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. But Chair, what do you think about implementing those recommendations of that former report as quickly as possible? That'd be good, wouldn't it?
I think I'm in agreement with you, and if I'm in agreement with you, that makes me much more smart than I would be by myself, Luke.
Good on you, Chair, and thanks to everyone for your evidence and submissions. I'm a bit focused on solar panels being up here in Darwin and having what I think may be the world's biggest solar farm being planned at the moment with the Sun Cable project. I'm not sure that they're accessing, well, I don't know where they are accessing their solar panels from, but it was great to read Tindo's submission and get a bit of an understanding about the problem of this tier 1 dynamic. But if you could flesh that out a bit, Shane, just how it relates to solar panels, if you wanted to give more detail on that than you already had, and just to explain, I guess, the fact that you've got a lower failure rate than a lot of the cheaper imported panels. It really goes to an issue we've been talking about, or a constant theme of this whole inquiry really has just been the whole value proposition seen, you know, in the longer term. You've made that point about, you know, how long they last, but I was just wondering whether that had been independently tested that there is a lower failure rate for the Australian-made panels that you guys produce, and just what effects that might have for any recommendations that we might stipulate for government tenders, i.e. around the quality, safety, and durability, because obviously up here in the north we can have extreme weather events, and it's a false economy if you're buying cheaper overseas made panels, but then they're not just lasting either in good conditions or lasting even in less time in extreme conditions. So just wondering if you could add a bit more detail then, and then I've also got some questions for the Green Building Council following that, if that's okay, Chair.
Most certainly.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation to comment. I guess to touch on your first point, in regards to the Tier 1 ratings with solar panels, it's very much a rating from Bloomberg Financial Organisation in regards to utility scale solar. To be a Tier 1 manufacturer, and please don't quote me on the details, but you need to have some multiple utility scale installations, 100 megawatt installations, needs to be banked by 3 or 5 banks, global banks. Now, these are all criteria that means that if you are putting in utility scale operations, then there is that little bit of security, I guess. Now a utility scale solar panel is completely different to a rooftop solar panel. A lot of our local governments that come to us for our solar panels, they're putting it on infrastructure that is invaluable, right? These things are 100, 150 years old buildings, etc. It's the centerpiece for the town, and you just can't afford to have those buildings burned down from an inferior product. In other cases, in the middle of a city where you've got a 20-story skyscraper and you've got to shut down streets, etc., the cost of replacing one failed solar panel, right, on that building is astronomical. So the quality that's required to go on rooftop assets is a lot different than the utility scale assets. Yet, when it comes down to government procurement, they keep on referring to Tier 1 for assets, rooftop assets, and the different level of quality is certainly profound. When I took over as CEO in 2017, we, apart from having the Australian-made logo and being the only solar panel manufacturer, we undertook an independent, inquiry into how the quality of our solar panels, and we used 2 different independent mechanisms for that. We used a professor in the ANU, and they did their research and basically came out and said that the average failure rate in solar panels globally was 1 in 1,000 per year, per annum. Our failure rate is 1 in 200,000 per annum. A lot of that's put down to the fact that the design for our panels are made in Australia for Australia. Our R&D teams are here. We also get to select the best materials from around the globe, and that's a bigger problem now. Is that since COVID, our supply chains have been squeezed like every industry, and we're at the mercy of backed up logistics. We're at the mercy of other countries that generally supply 99% of the materials for solar, starting to look after their net emission programs and starting to keep all of their product in-house, which basically means that we are at the risk of our supply chains being strangled right, over time, and then prices going up. And that's just recently happened here in Australia. They reckon that their solar panels, even though we've got most state governments and most corporates have got their big, heavy push for net emissions, yet there's a real possibility that we're going to run out of solar panels in January, February. And the challenge with that is that we've just invested in an $11 million facility here in Adelaide, Yet because I can't get government procurement orders in place, I don't have the ability to be able to start my new plant above 20%. So we're going to be running out of solar panels, in state government and federal government projects. Yet I have the ability to manufacture, another, 500% worth of panels, right? But because I don't have that security of orders, and because I don't have that, I guess that ability to have the confidence in the market, the confidence that what we manufacture has got a home, right? We have to play conservative because we are a privately owned company, right? Even though we've got good financial support and we get good support from corporate, I've seen 350 panels go on to state and federal government projects in the last 12 months. Yet I don't know how many thousand panels have gone onto those projects that have been classified as tier 1, have been given examples of manufacturers there that don't even that are caught up in ethical supply chain issues, right? So there's multiple reasons. It's not just our reliability. In Desert Knowledge, and we often refer to Desert Knowledge, there's independent test facility currently sitting in Alice Springs. We've got our solar panels sitting there amongst about 40 other manufacturers. And any particular day, anybody can access that site and access the output data. And on any particular day, and it doesn't matter if it's a 45, 48 degree stinker or a 27 degree humid day in Alice Springs overcast, our panels outperform everything. As a CEO, I've seen more our panels replaced by golf ball damage, right, than I have by failure. The industry knows about it. Our recyclers, who we support heavily, we pull off a lot of panels that have only got 4 to 5 years into their life, and already are delaminating, catching on fire, right, et cetera, and we have to find a suitable home for them to make sure that they don't go into landfill. So we're doing our bit. Protection in the upstream supply chain is what we need right now as well, right, to keep that sovereignty here. The last time that we put Australian-made product into our solar panels was about 5 years ago with Bridgestone EVA, and now they've decided to pull overseas with their manufacturing as well. So yes, we have independent validation over our reliability and our dependability. A lot of it's come down to logistics as well. Solar panels do not travel well, and what the overseas manufacturers are now doing is that they think that bigger is better. Right, so they're making a solar panel that is now over 2.5 meters wide by 1.5 meters wide, which is still made of glass and still got poly solar cells that are very, very thin and very susceptible to cracking. And yet they're finding their way out from overseas and spending multiple months in shipping containers, where our logistics is from Adelaide to Darwin. That's as far as we go. The chance of that being mistreated and the chance of that, getting damaged in its journey is very, very minimal. It can still happen, but it's minimal. So hopefully, Luke, that answers your questions in regards to our reliability. And yeah, hopefully that's answered your questions.
Yeah, no, it does. Thanks. And I mean, what you're describing is with the right policy settings, particularly from governments, we can build an entire solar industry, and we've got some of the best solar radiance in the world in our nations. So there's massive, massive potential. I mean, there's just this Sun Cable project alone is going to be providing a lot of power into Singapore, and Indonesia is also very interested. But obviously, with the supply chain, we've got lots of sand, glass production, aluminium frames. We can do all of that here, and the right settings will enable us to expand the domestic supply chains for renewables. Essentially, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. Look, one of the things that Australia is amazing at is innovating. but we come up with these amazing ideas. The monopert cell was invented in UNSW, and yet it gets manufactured overseas. So even now, I see massive investment. You talk about Sun Cable, and we are partners with 5B and UNSW on some of the research that they're doing into that. But the reality is now we'll implement change. Right? The future policies and the future green hydrogen and these are all fantastic initiatives, right? But right now, we have the capability to mine silicon. We have the capability to export silicon cells. We should not be importing glass into this country. We certainly shouldn't be doing the frames. I mean, we're very good at mining rocks, but unfortunately, even as the mining industry gets automated, that doesn't give us that sovereign capability. That doesn't provide jobs. And changes can be made now. Not all the focus needs to be into the future. I always tell my staff, if you spend too much time in the future, all you do is become a dreamer, right? It's the 80% of we spend our time in the present, and that's where we get things done. And we certainly have the capability to make a difference now, but we do need that assurance with government that we are going to get equal consideration. We're not even asking for extra consideration, but if the right measures, the right KPIs get put in place, our product value proposition, reliability, dependability, safety, warranty, all of that sort of stuff makes us stack well above our competitors. And as far as price goes, there's some quality product that comes out of countries like Korea, Singapore. Their price is well above our price. So we're not the most expensive. And anytime we get in front of people, they assume that we are. But most people have never asked, which is ironic right there.
Yeah.
And sorry, just amplify.
Yeah. Please go.
Oh, sorry, just supporting Shane's point. What we find in many procurement frameworks is that they note quite a number of things that should be given consideration, but there often isn't mandatory price criteria or clarification for non-financial price criteria, how that will be valued. Again, referencing, recommendation 36 from the Building Up and Moving Out report, it notes like trying to set a discount rate of 4% to actually value these things against and actually pull together an analysis, pulling together all the economic, social and environmental benefits rather than, just trading off criteria and then choosing the lowest price, which doesn't often lead to the best value outcome. What we see in many frameworks is there's a preference for higher warranties, but how does one trade off a higher versus a lower warranty or any of the items that Shane is talking about is often unclear. So it is at times taken into consideration and then awarded predominantly on price, depending on how those procurement settings have been evaluated, which is non-uniform.
Yeah, sometimes imitation is the best compliment you can pay. And I know that USA and India have a strong domestic manufacturing component in their government procurements. And why we seem to be so adverse of creating something like that, or even looking at what works. That again, I'm yet to have the answer to why.
Thanks. And just for the Green Building Council, I mentioned Indonesia there before, and I was discussing with the Global Buildings Performance Network people down in Monash, about how we might be able to assist, our neighbours, and particularly they were talking about Indonesia, given that, our architects and our R&D people are world's best, and the way that we can help other countries as well get their emissions down is by working collaboratively. And I guess you'd be aware of the work they're doing, and I'd just be interested in any other thoughts you'd had there, because hopefully we lead the world and sort of make up for lost time if possible, and get our settings right ourselves, but also help our partners in the region as well as they seek to develop their standards as well.
I think this is a really critical point. So the Green Building Council of Australia is part of the World Green Building Council, which is one of 70 global World Green Building Councils, absolutely including Indonesia. And so we really seek to share content and expertise through those networks. So a member of my board, Tanya Cox, is currently the chair of the World Green Building Council. And so it's been an enormous focus for us. You know, one of my colleague chairs the Net Zero group globally. And again, similar to this procurement discussion, we think it's about having really aligned standards, you know, so we'd be saying, you know, in the built environment, we really should be targeting net zero by 2030 for anything we can electrify, run on new renewables, have as fossil fuel free, and then be 40% down on these materials transitioning towards zero. So we think it's first about aligning plans, aligning knowledge, aligning know-how. And I'd have to say, you know, again, maybe Patrick would like to talk to this. The Infrastructure Sustainability Council also has international relationships. This is very much a complementary space, not a competitive space. And I would also note that almost all the materials markets we're looking to change, almost all those markets are global. So you actually need to have standard movements in those areas. Oh, sorry, I'll make one final point before I hand over to Patrick, is often the government procurement standards, you know, we have been working on a sustainable procurement guideline, which the federal government, you know, a practical guide for Commonwealth entities. That's a wonderful document, but we do note that it's a guideline, but also it's the same procurement guideline for everything from paper clips to buildings to infrastructure. Whereas, you know, we need to get far more nuanced and work our way down the different, you know, supply chain categories and have it really explicit what's the minimum warranty you want for your solar. If you're looking at what's your embodied carbon benchmark for your concrete, so that we can actually move through these areas. And it's also those very specific areas of granularity that'll be incredibly useful to our partners in places like Indonesia, because at the moment there's a lot of alignment on where the global goals need to be, but a lot of it's how we share what the how looks like in that space. And sorry, Patrick, did you have any other thoughts in that area?
Look, Tony, probably just two. I mean, to your point, yes, the other infrastructure standards across the globe, we work very much hand in hand with them. But I think to your point, it is very much about taking the lessons learned. And I think, you know, yes, there are a lot of great lessons learned coming out of Australia. I definitely think there's room for improvement as well and acceleration. And I think we can work both as a nation as well as individual organisations to make sure those lessons are visible, but also that the support structures are 100% support, and something we are very focused on over the coming years as well.
Shane, just referring back to Luke's discussion about the world's largest solar farm and in the Northern Territory, and that if you were able to get more government contracts, you have a capacity to increase it by 500%, I think you said. If you were to get these massive contracts, what impact would that have through gaining critical mass efficiencies, developing the industries here and your supply chain here domestically, improving our sovereign security and all those other benefits that have a value? Where would that move you over a period of 5 or 10 years to bring your prices down further and to maybe even invest in more research and development to improve the efficiency of your product? Could you talk to us about that? Because it just seems such a wasted opportunity that we don't honour our own profit here and invest in them, albeit there might be an upfront cost, but there is a long-term value that we should be pursuing is what seems to be a returning theme. If you could respond to that, please.
Yes, certainly, Chair. Look, the challenge always comes down to is capacity. You know, we've just built what we call a 150 megawatt new line. That means we can effectively run 24/7 and make 150 megawatts worth of solar panels a year. The Sun Cable project, again, is in hundreds of megawatts, So depending on the timing of that project, right, supplying to that project out of our current state-of-the-art plant is challenging. We've just, as a private company, just put out an equity raise so that if we do to take on projects like this, it will mean multiple factories being built around Australia. We've already spoken to Queensland government, right, and other governments about creating a replica plant like what we have here. And again, what that allows us to do is it allows us to manufacture panels for something like the Sun Cable. Now that's a utility scale panel, right, which is what I would say most of the imported panels that come into Australia are what we refer to that. And then you can still continue to manufacture rooftop solar here in Adelaide, which is at higher quality, right, higher safety, a higher price point. So really, when you compare apples with apples in solar, utility scale versus rooftop is like an apple and a banana. They look the same to the naked eye, right? But how they're made, their durability, all of that sort of stuff differs, So the biggest challenge that we would have if is not so much replicating what we do here, it's getting that upstream supply chain, right? Because right now, if I'm allowed to, like China has the biggest influence over our industry. 99.8% of all PV materials, whether it be finished solar panels or parts, comes out of China. If they pivot in that industry, or if they choose to make things, take technology in a different way, everything that we have becomes redundant. And that's what happened to us last year. Our supply chains overseas pivoted. Our $5 million manufacturing facility became redundant overnight. We had 4 weeks to respond, right? So if you want that level, if we want that as a nation, if we want that level of investment, we have to have that sovereign capability in the upstream supply chains. Otherwise we're going to have big manufacturing facilities like what we have here laying dormant while we try and get product right out of overseas ports. So are we capable? Yes, right. But my story is it starts now, and it starts with one manufacturing facility. It starts with bringing back upstream manufacturing, right? Start exporting that, and then the other facilities will grow, and then we have the ability to be able to supply to our own projects. I'm not even sure with the current forecast out of China that even if the Sun Cable was due to start, they're going to have supply issues. They will not be able to get the level of solar panels that they need because, unfortunately, most of the tier one manufacturers out of China have been operating at a loss in Australia, right? They have continued to look after their own sovereignty by manufacturing and making goods and exporting them to Australia. Well, right now, they're keeping them to themselves. So for me, it's not just a case of having the projects. It's a case of giving business the confidence, right, that we're not going to get caught in supply chain chokes, because that's what faces us now, right? So yes, even if we got that project, potentially we could replicate our plant in 6 months' time. But if we can't get the raw materials to turn that into a finished solar panel, then all the goods, fails.
So we need to develop policy to address those upstream supply chains so that we are wholly sufficient and build sovereign capability, sovereign security. And the government should act as if we're going to be in business for more than the next 4 or 5 years. Sovereign solar power is going to be here as long as the sun's there. And the idea that tickled my imagination when you said that you talked to other states. You could literally build a network of solar production and the upstream production and support that is required, and create an entire industry here in Australia that may have export potential somewhere down the track. But even getting to grow methodically, and whether you are unable, don't have the capacity currently to do an entire project like the one that Luke has mentioned, but get a proportionate size of that allows you to grow in a very sustainable and solid way, should be the role of government, to make sure that we're looking after local industry, to give them their chance to grow at the optimal level, not the maximum level that might risk boom and bust, would appear to me to be sound thinking. And if we're going to not be able to have total capacity to produce, that we are securing our supply chain from countries that we have strong relationships with, like the Quad 4, for instance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, look, definitely. Look, we only ever had 2 or 3 car manufacturers, at our optimum, yet we had hundreds and hundreds of support businesses and manufacturers, that supported those. That's where we need to get back to. We have to move away from coal. But the challenge that we have, whole economies, whole rural economies that are reliant on mining, reliant on fossil fuels, and the relocation of and ironically, they're in areas where solar generation is high, right? Radiance is high, these solar projects are all going out there. So you want to, again, you're going to reduce logistics, you're going to grow jobs, but you're going to give us that sovereign capability. But you're exactly right, sir. That's exactly what we need to do. I took a call today from a large corporate, and they said, so what components of yours are Australian? And I said, unfortunately, none. Now, we put our hand up. We cannot buy Australian components for our solar panels. Impossible, yet the consumer wants to support Australian made. The consumer wants to support local procurement. We've had a lot of regional councils, Dubbo City Council in the middle of New South Wales. We just recently, they came to us because they wanted that local procurement, and they specified Australian. They also looked after their own local jobs. So the whole economy, everything stayed right in Australia. And to be honest with you, they're the exception, right, not the rule, unfortunately. So it can be done. It comes down to motivation, right? And values.
And going back to previous evidence today, was advice that we should be setting up our smart new cities with specific functions in mind. And therefore, when you're looking at manufacturing, that some of these smart new cities that will be environmentally friendly or neutral should be manufacturing cities, and therefore in the regions that are located closest to where these solar farms will be established would seem to make some sense when you're talking about the logistics of transport and such. So there just seems to be a very serious lack of complete thinking, master planning of the development of industry, which does take years and decades. But the benefits are enormous over a period of time. And I think we are in peril of being left vulnerable to those who we may not be friendly with from time to time if we're relying on them for supply.
Yeah, you certainly can apply common sense to this, because that's what you're talking, right? That's just common sense. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. It's nice to be the industry leader. It's nice to be we've always said that we're the industry takers, not the industry makers. So we take that, we take that technology and we use what's current. The current technology, just solar panels alone, is going to be around for 5 to 10 years. Yet I'm seeing massive investment in the next generation that may not ever be proven to be even commercial, right? So at some stage, whatever we invent needs to be commercial for it to get to that next level. Yeah, as I said, I think I agree with you. What I heard there was there's a lot of common sense that just needs to be applied to the procurement policy.
I have a degree in common sense. Look, I'm sure we could continue this conversation for hours, and I would really like to. I found it, fabulously uplifting, and the potential that we have with those who have given evidence in this afternoon's discussion is just fabulous. It is, a new age that we're entering into, this age of needing to be more concerned about our sovereign security. The impact of the COVID virus on our economy, the rethinking to then enter into these major infrastructure projects as a mechanism of recovering the economy, and the tipping point that's being reached where environmental issues are absolutely in the forefront of our minds. The idea that with settlement and the development of new smart cities, the next 25 million people that come to Australia largely should be going into those new planned settlements rather than into the gas guzzler of Sydney and Melbourne, which are patently inefficient cities. And it's much harder to retrofit the infrastructure to make those existing houses, passive houses, for instance, whereas when you're developing into new communities, you can set those standards to world's best practice. And I think that's the challenge, that yes, we've got to look at the retrofitting of infrastructure where we can, and environment, making our older buildings less of a gas guzzler, our new buildings at the absolute cutting edge. I think we do need to keep an eye on waste of energy. Every building in Sydney today, I bet, has its air conditioners or heaters going, totally unnecessary in a climate like Sydney. So I think that's the task at hand. And thank you so much for today. I think this is a very, very important part of this inquiry, that we should embed very, very firmly this environmental issue in everything we do, and in the procurement, where the government can actually lever some control and weaponize this and make it a part of everything we do and every business we do, not abdicate and say, oh, business should do this. I think government can actually govern from time to time. So again, thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And thank you again. It's been very, very good. And if you've got any more contributions that you'd like to make in writing, please do that, and we will be very grateful for all of that. So now, can I have a resolution that the committee authorise publication, including publication on the parliamentary database, of the transcript of the evidence given before it at the public hearing today?
It's Luke, Chair, so moved.
Thank you. And there being no objection, it is so resolved, and I declare the public hearing closed. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.